It's been many days, many ways misled, knowing that I'm tiptoeing on both sides of the fence, trying to figure it out, but I'm living in doubt. So scared one day that your grace might run out, cause I'm so far from perfect, so close to worthless, feeling no good for worship, trying to understand this life that you purchased. Am I just a man destined for death, or do I deserve it? You died for my sins and that's the verdict. You carried out God's true will and purpose with urgency for the sake of love, forgiveness and eternity. Your grace is enough. I got so many questions, so many things to change. I'm calling out, but sometimes you're far away. I get discouraged and seem to always fall flat, but that's when you pick me up and bring me back. Take for granted this air I breathe, this life I live, these eyes to see the beauty that surrounds me. Every day I wake up to another chance to live and not just take up space, break up the wasteful things and get it right. Stand in the gap as a beacon of light. So Lord, take my life and do your will. Remove the blindfold and help me remain still as you speak to me. Give me a glimpse of your vision. Help me to close my mouth and just listen. In the distance, I hear you calling my name, asking me to be real and not stay the same, cause change brings truth in this world of lies. Your love brings peace deep within my life, so I'ma fight for what's right and be a man of my word, and never let time pass without seeking you first. Come on. I see you in my life, I see you in my dreams, but Lord, just reveal yourself to me. Reveal yourself to me. Reveal yourself to me. You make everything I see, but reveal yourself to me.
All too familiar with pain, all too familiar with pride. I've been on my knees 6 but gotten up 7 times. It was never even a question of is it gonna be mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. I've been watching the clock, 10,000 hours go by. I keep putting in work, the tears are filling my eyes. I swear I've never been tested like this, but this is mine. It's not a matter of chance, just a matter of time. Never look back. If something's standing in my way, I always push back. If something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever. The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me.
The blood and sweat is what made me, made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
I'm taking it by the reins, I'm taking it to the sky. I'm never taking a break, I'm only taking what's mine. You say it's taking too long, I'm taking that as a sign. It's not a matter of faith, just a matter of time. Never look back, if something standing in my way, I always push back. When something seemed impossible, I never took that. Nah, cause now I know better. Can't stop, won't stop, I won't quit ever.
As far as won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me, made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of
The
time.
deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me. The blood and sweat is what made me, made me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
The deepest waters won't take me, the highest fall won't break me.
I'ma get mine, just a matter of time.
Hey, sweet little angel, you light up the darkest night. Your love time is fatal, so let's promise to live it by. Laugh, cry, no fear, tears always dry. Aim high, trust that you're able, and you just might fly. We sing a lullaby. 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 Dare to be different. Oh, cash don't mean you can't dance, but you can make a difference. So live loud, live proud, and take a chance. Oh, like you've never been hurt before. Run into the fire. These are my words from my sweet child. We sing a lullaby. 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 It's all like words from a child to help me breathe right.
I never thought you could tempt me with all of your lies. I didn't think I would fall for your deadly disguise. It's just a long lost look in your eyes, brings out a love that I can't disguise. So take me down to the places I've never seen. Follow you anywhere, you're my favorite sin. Oh, don't you try to kill me with kind. It's just your love that's driving me wild. Oh, from the dawn we rise, with the heart we cry, into the light we go, into the light we go. From the darkest night, from the fire inside, into the light we go, into the light we go. It's just a long lost look in your eyes, brings out a love that I can't disguise. Oh, from the dark we rise, with the heart we cry, to the light we go, into the light we go. From the dawn we rise, with the heart we cry, into the light we go, into the light we go. From the darkest night, from the fire inside, into the light we go, into the light we go. From the dawn we rise, with the heart we cry, to the light we go. don't take it for granted. An angel, you came to me straight out of heaven, and it's making me believe. Baby, you give me faith like anything's possible. The proof is the love we make is supernatural. In this world filled with so many people, 1 in a billion that had happened to me. Yeah, I won the lottery when I won your love. Finding you was like a miracle. Whoa, miracle. Whoa. No matter how hard you try, some things you can't explain, but I saw it with my own eyes. In this world filled with so many people, 1 in a billion that had happened to me. Yeah, I won the lottery when I won your love. Finding you was like a miracle. Whoa, miracle. Whoa.
You gotta own it, you gotta fight for your right to belong here. Now I'm awoken, just this morning, a side of me open and I never noticed. We are the future, ride for the culture. Put my dirty clothes on the lines of a notebook. Never hide from exposure, show you nobody is unbroken.
Remember my name. You see my face every breath that you take. Just when you feel
being barred by an obstacle. That's not an optional. What they call hard is like riding a bicycle. I'm phenomenal, feeling like I could do what a mythological guy could do. Power is optimal. It's my time to make impossible and the possible.
You see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. Yeah, you will remember. You will remember. Yeah. I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. Remember my name. You see my face every breath that you take. Just when you think I was torn down in flames, I'm born again. All of my dark days are gone. You will remember. You will remember. Yeah, you will remember. You will remember.
I'm falling top to toe, falling in love, but my heart's not there. I'm falling top to toe, falling in love, but my heart's
Been running fast, crossing county lines just to make my name in the city. Took everything, put it on the line, cause I never break or back down. One shot is do or die, and the odds ain't looking too pretty. But I got the feeling it's my time. I know I'm taking it now.
blood, sweat, and tears, and I never looked for salvation. I worked for this for all these years, and I wouldn't break or back down. No. I fought through all my fears and all of my frustrations. I see the light is getting clear. I know I'm taking it now. It's my time. 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 I'm taking it now.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they come betraying of empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's
Thank you so much, Sub, for the subscription.
She was everything to me. But they took her. And with her, they took my kindness and my mercy. That was their mistake. Because now, all I've got left is a cold heart. They thrive on doubt. They feast on fear. These wretched abominations blight this world, and every last one of them will perish by my hand. Keep moving on. Keep moving on. And they say I have some sense of humor.
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, the fight is at your door. Take up the cause. As you stand upon the edge, hanging in the balance, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken, awaken, awaken.
Know this song.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves. Sweet You're too busy talking over me to hear what I'm saying. You're too high to realize I see through the smile that you're faking. You're so into yourself, everyone else is overrated. And everything's changing as your heart was breaking. One-sided, one-sided, one-sided love. Our time is up. Trying to make this work, it ain't enough. One-sided, one-sided, one-sided love. You don't even notice, do you? Everything perfect to you. Think you love the idea of us more than the real thing. Hope your heart don't break too much. You're too busy talking over me to hear what I'm saying. You're too high to realize I see through the smile that you're faking. You're so into yourself, everyone else is overrated. And everything's changing as your heart was breaking. I'm missing the way that it used to be. You say I changed, maybe you changed me. I swear
I hope you guys are finally ready, because God knows we are. Game 1 of BB Clocks and the Mateos is finally starting, and I'm joined here by Papa Skips. How are you doing tonight, Papa?
After 2 cigarettes and Chipotle, I'm pretty good.
Okay, I can imagine. I'd probably be pretty good after that, too. That's a pretty nice combination. Well, already getting into bans here, we're already seeing something we didn't see a lot of success of last night, but the Silas actually being banned away, as well as the Rengar and the Thresh from BB Clocks.
Yeah, I was gonna say at the start of this, if BBC didn't do their homework, I could see them struggling in the game 1. But with the Rengar ban coming up, I don't think that's too big of an issue. And something I brought up to you earlier was, based on the research that I was able to do and find things on this team, they're pretty linear. This TMS, this new team, is pretty linear.
Well, it's actually exciting to see like a brand new team. I mean, I think a lot of the games that I've casted have been BB Clocks games, so I'm familiar with a few of these players. I see now they got Zolklin in the AD carry role and King L Mills for jungle, so that's a little bit of a switch up than what I'm used to. But it's nice to actually see fairly brand new faces. We'll see if they actually hopefully the wait that they had us endure was worth it, and we can actually see some good quality games.
Right, and King L Mills played last night versus Wasted Potential, and he did fairly decent for himself. But going into this new team, since I was able to do research on them with all the time that we had, is, the Rengar is a pretty popular pick for TMS's jungler. I expected the Cho'Gath. The Silas ban was interesting for me, because that's something that their mid laner can play, and has played quite a bit of, but at the same time, you got to pick what you're gonna ban if you're BBC, right? Like, if their jungler is solo playing Rengar, then yeah, ban Rengar. Cho'Gath, I don't feel like Cho'Gath is super strong right now, and that is what their top laner plays a lot of, and Evan Johnson is more capable of dealing with something like that. But I do want to mention, though, the BBC themselves are playing with a sub-AD carry who is a jungle main. And that brings concern to me, because both teams are using an E-sub and AD carry role, right? The ADC for BBC this game is placed in gold as a jungler and nothing else.
Oh.
Where on the other side, for TMS, they have a placed diamond for AD carry.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a gap there, I'd say, and I think when it comes to a lot of different roles, I think if you have basic game knowledge, if you play a lot of mid lane, you can maybe go to top lane and kind of with the lane knowledge you have there. But I think when it comes to playing traditional marksman, we're seeing both Lucian and Ezreal being picked up for the bot lane, so you're just having to have those just really solid mechanics. You have to be able to know how to kite, auto spacing, and utilize all those different mechanics that you might not see otherwise in other roles. But we are seeing the second ban phase. We're seeing both LeBlanc and GP taken away by Mateos, and Morgana away from, I guess, the solo lanes and support, as well as Lissandra.
Right, and at the same time, too, TMS's support is their starting jungler. So we're having a lot of players in positions that they're not super comfortable with, and for these two teams, it's going to cause a split map disparity, because I expect King to focus heavily on the mid and the top side, because those are going to be their starter lanes this game. While on the flip side, I feel like Verbal Clorox is going to focus on the bot lane and the mid lane. So we're going to probably see that disparity on jungle attention. So it could cause some pretty interesting scenarios.
I think that BB Clock's composition in this game is a little strange. I'm not it's not unfamiliar to see something aggressive like Lucian Leona, so a lot of kill pressure down there, especially versus something like an Ezreal Karma, where the Ezreal is going to be pretty susceptible to a lot of that Lucian burst damage until he gets his Iceborne. But I never really like seeing a Diana pick. I don't care if it's mid, jungle, to anywhere you send it. I just don't think it's as good of a champion as other things you could choose. And picking up the Ivern, I in solo queue especially, me being an AD carry player, if I see an Ivern, I'm having a great time. But overall, out of this BB Clock's composition, we're not seeing a whole lot of damage compared to the Mateos, where just about every member on their team can do quite a significant amount of damage more.
Right, and here's the thing with Ivern, because when I joined the SFL, I had been a jungle main, and I had played a lot of Ivern, and it was even something that Acid and I would do when we were on Lane 0, is that he would play Jax top and I would play Ivern, and Ivern's making a comeback right now. Of all people in the league, of all the junglers in the league, the one player you wouldn't expect to play Ivern is Acid, and he played it last night in 2-0 with BBC. Yep. So it's definitely making a comeback, and it definitely it doesn't provide a whole lot of damage like you said, but it does provide that 6-man with the Daisy, and that extra CC plus a lot of shielding for your AD carry, in this case Lucian, who's going to be going forward a lot.
Yeah, they do have a good solid front line, having both the Scion and the Leona as well, but we're seeing a very heavy poke composition coming out from the Mateos, having that Zoe, having that Ezreal, and depending on the Karma's build, how AP focused she goes, or maybe more utility, she might be might also be a huge poke threat as well. So if they actually get around to sieging, and again, if you poke out this Lucian or Diana, BB Clocks really don't have any other options, and it may result in them having to just surrender some towers or other objectives.
Well, and here's the thing too, Scion does actually a pretty insane amount of damage for how big of a tank he is, with the Q and the shield pop. It's actually a fair amount of damage. It's not something that a Cho'Gath is going to be bringing for sure, but what we're seeing is a comp disparity as well. TMS does not want to be going in, does not want to be hard engaging, they want to poke you out and then try and get a pick, where BBC is like, okay, you can do that, but we're going to force an engage on you. There's nothing on that TMS team that stops a Scion ult. So if BBC can find that hard engage option, it's going to be ugly.
Now, I'm not sure about the optimal playstyles of the Ivern, and obviously when you think of something like that, you're thinking of like Juggermaw compositions where you have something like a really hyper carry AD, like the Kog'Maw, like Jinx, that is probably one of the more popular hyper carries that we're ever going to see in this current meta. But with the explosion damage that comes out from the Ivern shield, even if something where Oven Johnson is in the middle of 5 people, and if Lucian's able to take care of himself, he does have the sustain of his Bork, and just being healthy enough from the sustain of Bloodline and Bork, and having that extra survivability from the Black Cleaver health that he gets, maybe, or even if it's Diana or one of those other carries that are just so very far into the back lines, trying to dive onto that Ezreal, trying to, just get to the carries that the Mateos have, it maybe might be some sort of damage that could be expected of it, so.
And see, when you play Ivern too, Ardent Sensor is a very strong option for him, so giving that shield onto your Lucian or even your Diana for that extra bit of damage, and then getting the pop off, it can be pretty surprising for sure.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see, and it'll. I always like watching Ivern paths because it is a little bit stranger than the norm that we usually see out of junglers. It has a little bit of different mechanics when it comes to taking his jungle camp. So we'll see, which I usually see a few interesting routes that usually have to do with securing or either the scuttle crabs that you try to prioritize pretty early. So I'd like to see if they can do that. And the thing that was pretty upsetting about the series last night was that neither team really focused on the neutral objectives being, those early dragons and early Rift Heralds. So I'm hoping that either team here is, a bit more optimal with their rotations, and if they do accumulate a lead, if they can actually keep it rolling and, just get more and more and not let the game stalemate so hard.
Right, and the thing is with Ivern Turn 2, you mentioned the pathing. Ivern's one of the few junglers that it's in a choose your own adventure book. Like, every jungler has a set route or set 2 option routes. Ivern doesn't necessarily have to follow that because of his passive. With proccing his passive on the camps, smiting them away for the insta-clear or just waiting on them, Ivern is a very good I'm going to track your jungler option, and then use those camps against them.
And as I had mentioned, I want to see if Licenseless Rider, again, I typically do love watching a mid lane, and I just, again, when it comes to this composition, I do understand this is more so a, once they engage a fight, they're going to just pretty much keep continuing to go forward until everybody's dead, and if it doesn't work out, then they kind of just have to suicide in doing so, compared to the Mateos, where they have more of a poke comp and like a kite bat comp, where if they do have these, massive threats running at them. They want to fight it front to back. So I really want to see if each team can actually utilize their compositions, based on what they picked, and actually understand the synergy that their champions have together.
Right, and along with like the pick comp versus the hard engaged comp that wants to be in your face all the time, it's just, even in lane phase, a huge disparity. Like, you want your Ezreal to scale, you want your Zoe to scale, you want your Cho'Gath to start getting those stacks, but on the flip side, if you're BBC, it's I'm winning this lane. So even in that aspect, it'll be interesting to see if those teams can play to those conditions, because they, outside of compositions, they are polar opposites in the form of comp, and what they want to do in the early mid and late.
Well, already off to the start, it wouldn't be an SFL match without someone disconnecting real quick, so we gotta make sure everyone's all good, and whether it's connectivity issues or anything else that may be bothering people, there has to be some sort of delay, even though we've been waiting so very long. I'm just wanting to watch some games, I'm just so excited. There we go.
Yeah, looks like we're getting into it. And two, this is something to look for in this very early portion of the game. This is a team for BBC that can invade and can have a fairly strong invade. So it'll be interesting to see what they do here.
It is also nice to see that knowing the nature of BB Clox' composition, we actually see the Karma opt for the exhaust as opposed to the ignite, and of course Leona, there's going to be no shock having, or again, that aftershock, no pun intended, of again, taking that ignite. We'll see if hopefully, both Lucian and Leona are probably two of the strongest champions that can actually take advantage of that level 2 power spike. So if we actually see them, manipulating the wave and actually rushing to get that level 2 before Grokmir and Rengel can actually even respond to it, they could actually maybe catch them out for some early aggression, depending on Ivern's route and where he decides to go. Maybe some early pressure down there to anticipate it.
Yeah, for sure. It'll be interesting to see. And looking at Keystone Masteries, I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Pretty standard all across the board there. So, yeah, and it looks like BBC isn't going to go for the invade option. I mean, they still can, but without the Lucian there, it'll make it a little harder to get that kill.
Yeah, Lucian being sent on that bot side to get vision of that Pixel Brush. And there's the Zenith Blade actually landing on the Furry Laser there. Good Scion Q is going to knock him up as well. And that actually might be a first blood. We see Furry Laser flashing away, and it's actually not going to be a first blood for BB Clox. Very close. I'm surprised thereby also is actually still wanting blood. It's going in. That Scion Q is going to get the slow off, and oh yeah, Ignite comes out. 400 gold over to Licenses, right? It's a beautiful way to start a game.
Yeah, and like I mentioned too, if Lucian's there, you don't have to blow any summoner spells for that kill. So definitely, I mean, it's good. It's a good start either way, but it's an even better start with your Lucian there.
Yeah, absolutely, and not only did Furry Laser end up dying and giving that first blood to BB Clox' mid laner, but now not having flash is also going to leave him pretty susceptible to gank. So hopefully, Verbal Clorox is conscious of that, and we'll be able to respond if they do apply pressure on this top side of the map.
Well, thankfully too, it was only the Ignite from Ryder coming out. They didn't blow any flashes over chasing. They held their flashes at that tri-bush, which was showed a lot of, I guess, patience from them.
Yeah.
Knowing that they could follow up into the lane and get that kill either way.
Yeah, that's a very good point to mention, that amount of self-control and to know when, what's worth it, what's not, and taking that victory of Furry Laser's flash I thought was enough, but I think thereby also, I'm not sure who's doing the main shot calling for this BB Clox squad or anything like that, but I think he was, for the most part, leading the charge when it came to trying to get him under tower there, and all it took was that. I thought the Scion Q was going to finish him off, but one summoner spell is going to hurt BB Clox too much to pick up first blood, so.
Yeah, for sure. Very solid start for them, and excuse me, I got tired waiting. But yeah, I feel like it'll just be a farm fest for a long time in the top lane, but we see a gank going to the bottom.
Yeah, the bot lane for BB Clox isn't level 2 yet. We did see Zolkin was able to get that, but not having it on your Leona is the most important part. And Verbal Clox on the other side of the map getting Oven Johnson very low, and it's not going to burn his flash, but getting him that low is going to push him out of lane, maybe force him to use a teleport. If he's actually, no, maybe just with his Corrupting Potion, maybe able to sustain. There's thereby also stunning up Grokmir the Bold. Exhaust is going to go down, but thereby also is going to pick up that kill onto the Ezreal there for their second kill of the game.
And of course, I get caster cursed right away. I call it BBC focusing on the top side and TMS focusing on the bottom side, and it was completely reversed. So go me, right?
Yeah, no, I mean it's right to an extent. You just got to switch the names around there real quick.
I had the right idea.
Yeah, exactly. It's a thought that counts.
Yeah, it's a pretty big setback for the Ezreal here. I mean, he's already down quite a bit of CS. He's going to lose a lot to the tower, and he doesn't have his tier yet. So that means he's going to have to back before too terribly long and just, kind of lose out even more.
Yeah, not having teleport to be able to get that early back off and afford something like that to finish his tier or early Sheen or whatever they decide to go. I could imagine this lane, since you are the Ezreal Karma versus the Lucian Leona, if you really did think you had some sort of kill potential going back and forth, and maybe opt for that Sheen first, get that early damage, especially if you do have the Graves going on that bot side. But, even in the mid lane here, we're already seeing a pretty good CS lead by Impact so far, despite Diana being able to go back and start that Dark Seal on top of the Doran's Ring. But Zoe with that Corrupting Potion is able to sustain pretty well in that lane, and being ranged versus that melee matchup, it's going to be a rough journey to level 6 for Licenseless Rider for the time being.
Yeah, but once he hits that level 6, that lane becomes a lot scarier for the Zoe. One Q hits, that could be sums for sure.
Absolutely. And otherwise, as we did see that, huge skirmish in the bot lane, we do see both of the Summers were burned on the Ezreal, and the Exhaust was also burned on the Karma, but the Karma still has her flash, so thereby also if decides to, go for the Karma as opposed to the Ezreal, might have to be worried that she has her flash still in Impact. Trying to go for a little bit of a soul kill, and the Licensed Rider Q is not quite going to find that last bit of damage, and, Diana's able to stay alive and going to finish that recall off with about 1,000 gold.
You just gotta wait that level 6 out if you're a Rider, and in this matchup, like I mentioned, it becomes a heck of a lot easier lane. And overall, maybe with the exception of the top side, the level 6s for the BBC team are very strong.
And we're seeing Impact flashing forward to see if he can get that Sleepy Bubble off onto the Ivern there, with Rebel Clorox there and cutting them off as well in their own jungle. A little bit of a scary situation, but they were able to avoid it, and keeping their lead so far about 1,000 gold in favor of BB Clocks right now.
Yeah, that early kill definitely coming through for him, getting that bot lane gank off. I mean, you've now blown the flash on the Zoe, which they're coming up on level 6 soon again. Bringing that up, it's gonna be scary. It's gonna be even more scary for her now. So we'll have to see if Ryder can call for a gank or just flat out solo kill Zoe here in the next couple minutes.
Yeah, went for a bit more of a laning focus build. He did go back. He finished off a Corrupting Potion, and as well as an Amplifying Tome, so we're not seeing any sort of huge damage out of him so far, but he's going to be able to sustain that lane a little bit better, have that extra health in the mana when it comes to that Zoe poke. Zoe's getting very low herself here. Licensed Rider actually ulting in, and that's actually going to be a solo kill for that Diana onto the Zoe there, the third kill for BB Clocks.
Yeah, like I said.
No, you called that. That's hit 6 and it was over.
Yeah, and the level 6s for the BBC team are a lot stronger in at least the lane phase aspect of it. So you can see him going for an Ocean Drake here, using the bot lane pressure and the kill in mid lane. They're going to secure that pretty uncontested.
I'm happy to see that they are taking their advantage right now, knowing that the Ezreal and Karma, if they are to respond, they are at a massive disadvantage. As you said, the Ezreal does not have his tier, doesn't have a lot of the items he needs to begin scaling, so that's going to be an uncontested Ocean Dragon for BB Clock, so that'll be nice to help their laner sustain and be able to bully their opponents a little bit more, maybe.
Right, and doing, I'm going to be pretty repetitive, especially on this laning point. If you go and look just at NAOPGGs for the members of TMS, you can predict half their comp. I mean, Cho'Gath, most played top laner for this guy by a long shot. 58 games of Cho'Gath, and his next champion has 3. The mid laner for TMS, it pretty much comes down to Zoe and one other champion trying to Silas, and they even banned their Silas away for themselves. The Rengar ban for BBC came out pretty clutch.
A lot of damage happening there in the mid lane. Almost another kill for the Diana against the Zoe there, but not quite with Verbal Clorox, sniffing that out, and as soon as he used that Q onto the Zoe, Licensed Rider knew that his only option were either to go in or try to walk away and survive, and not very likely versus that Graves Zoe combo, so finally a good pickup for the Mateos, see if they can actually see what they can do with that Graves getting that early kill.
Yeah, it was pretty good timing for the Zoe. Luckily she had her jungler around and she could just barely survive that. Blows a lot of the sums from, or the flash from Ryder. But that's what's going to have to happen, is that Graves is almost going to have to babysit the Zoe once the lane gets in, pushing toward the mid lane, or pushing toward the TMS tower, because Diana's just going to try to repeatedly go on them, on the Zoe, and as soon as that Zanya gets built, which he's going for.
It does get Sleepy bubbled up, and meanwhile Verbal Clorox is seeing if he can find a kill of his own. King Elmills is bringing out Daisy, see if he can get a little bit of an extra member, and there comes thereby also flash forward. The Leonel is going to get him just in range for the Zenith play, but not quite going to find it. Daisy doing her best to slow down the Graves, but they're not quite going to find anything. Right now it's a 4v4 in the jungle right now, the Mateos, and that's going to be a Mantra Q coming out from Karma, slowing a lot of the members of BB Clocks, but they're still just not going to be able to find anything on either side. Licensed Rider landing a good Q and doing a good amount of damage, but he's going to fall to the Sleepy Bubble. That's going to be a kill for Impact. Another Zenith Blade going wide, as well as the Essence Flex landing that Mystic shot from the Ezreal, but it's only, or the one kill from that little skirmish is all they're going to be able to pick up from that.
Yeah, and if you're TMS in that situation, that's okay. Just even not getting Licensed Rider there, it's still okay. There's a lot of farm down there in the bot lane you can pick up. Just if you're TMS, you're trying to not die anymore. They have the scaling advantage. If you just stop the bleeding now, you're going to be in a good spot around the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm a little disappointed that Licensed Rider having that 2-0 lead at the start of this game is already 2-2, so he's really not playing as optimally as I'd like to see, giving gold right back to the Mateos squad. And Evan Johnson is a little bit of a sticky situation of his own, doesn't have his ult available, so he used it to lane, and Graves just barely tickling the Scion. Both of the members of Mateos are going to get knocked up by the Scion Q, and Graves getting very low, and Licensed Rider not too far behind, going to get slowed up by the Scion, and that's going to be a devastating death for Verbal Clorox. Evan Johnson picking up his first kill of the game.
Yeah, and like I said earlier, Scion does do a lot of damage. You get the Q, you don't even have to get the full Q. You get the Q, you get the E-pop, and Sion's just naturally tanky just by being in lane, getting the Soul Furnace bonus HP from that passive, and he's just able to survive that out and wait for his support.
Yeah, another play trying to go down the bot lane is going to result in Rengel's flash being taken away there, with thereby also always going aggressive. Anytime I've seen him on this Leona pick, he's going to ult off cooldown, and Impact getting another solo kill off into Licensed Rider. They're having to burn both summoners for it, but it's a kill nonetheless.
Yeah, Roy, you just need to stop. You need to let the Zoe shove you in like she's going to do naturally anyway. Clear it up, get to a point that you can just instantly blow her up, and just wait that out just a little bit longer. But he's greeting for minions or greeting for damage or something, and it's not working out.
Sleepy Bubble, meanwhile, landing on the Ivern. A lot of damage is coming out. The Mystic Shot isn't quite going to find the little bit of damage left. Maybe not going to be able to kill him. Only has that Sheen and Tear right now. But the Mateos, even though they fell behind earlier, showing that they are not down for the count. Zoe showing a lot of presence down here in this bot lane and all around the map, and as you said, I kind of predicted at the beginning of this game with the Diana pick. I never see it end up working out well, and it should be completely, as you said, Licensed Rider needs to understand his position in this lane, that he is needing items to be more relevant, and all you do is you blow one person up and then you're done. You have such linear gameplay, you can't really have too much variety outside of that. So if you're not in the position to do just that, then as you said, just push the wave under tower, farm out what minions you can, and try not to greed, because we're already Impact is 2-1 right now, almost going to finish off his Luden's Echo. Is sitting on about 1,100 gold, and meanwhile, Furry Lasers, just teleporting back to tower. Both top laners are staying in these lanes for right now and getting as tanky as possible before getting involved with their team later on.
And I'm going to slightly criticize Licensed Rider just on his build alone. Mid lane is the lane I have the least understanding of, but at the same time, rushing the Zanyas when you started off with a gold lead over Zoe is not right to me. I could see it if you were behind, but it's still an AP focused champion, and something like a Nashor's Tooth would change that lane drastically.
Yeah, and there's a 2v2 up on the top side. Even though Cyan is very tanky, he's still going to fall to that grave, so he's now picking up some damage with the undead Cyan. Going to deal a lot of damage. Rupture is landing, and Ivern's falling behind with Daisy and trying to find the damage he can. Another auto is going to bring him very low, but not quite find that kill, so that will be a 1-0 in the favor of the Mateos.
Yeah, really good play there by them. Unfortunately, if you're playing the Ivern, once you're trying to counter gank and a lot of the damage is already done, your time is best used just somewhere else at that point.
Here comes another aggressive engage by thereby also landing that Zenith Blade onto Rengel. It's going to result in Zolkin picking up this kill here. Ezreal still being very healthy though, despite the two members of BB Clock being very low, so we'll be able to farm safely under this turret, but it's going to result in his support dying, and Lucian picking up that kill will bring him to enough gold not only to finish off that Blade of the Rune King, but work towards his tier 2 boots and just accumulate this gold lead.
Yeah, that's just unlucky there. There's not a whole lot you can do to prepare for that, but you also have to respect that it is a Leona, and if you walk up to an unwarded bush in the bot lane, there's always going to be that potential of her being there. Even if you're even able to just walk up to ward it. By the time the ward hits, you're already CC locked.
Yeah, we're seeing two wet noodles up in the top lane yet again, going back and forth, and it's a pretty good farm fest all around. We're seeing decent CS numbers. We're actually seeing most of the members hitting triple digits, so it's nice that they are going to be able to get those items. And Ivern going back and forth with his Graves here, very aggressive. Damage is going to come out from this Ezreal, and Rengel, I should say, is going to pick up that kill onto the Ivern, and thereby also going even deeper with the Zoe late and Sleepy Ball onto the Lucian. Brock with the Bolt is going to pick up that kill into thereby also, but Lucian is just barely going to get away, burning that flash, but Clorox has a flash of his own. He's going to use that Blade of the Rune King active. He's going to have a little bit of fancy feet, but the redemption is coming out from that Zoe. Doesn't need the item to use it, and that's going to be a kill for Verbal Clorox, being 3-1-3 on this Graves.
Yeah, that was a big yikes from King there. Going back in on that, your bot lane may be ahead, but they're not so far ahead that you're able to do that, and TMS had the lane priority there, so maybe just a miscommunication or not realizing where on the map your team is versus their team, but those are the mistakes that when it's a new team coming into the league that people don't know a lot about and expect. Everyone has that expectation of the new team performing poorly. You can't make those are the kinds of mistakes that every team can punish.
Yeah, I'm really glad that, even though they had that little bit of a rough early game for the first 5 or 10 minutes, they're definitely starting to surprise me with how much they're coming back in this game. They were down about 1k gold, and now they're starting to accumulate a gold lead of their own. Both teams do have one turret and a dragon of their own, but Mateos having that mountain dragon. Here's Licensed Rider.
Oh, I don't think you want this.
Yeah, going in against that Cho'Gath, there's going to be a Signal coming out from Oven Johnson, and Flash from Furry Laser really isn't going to do much for him, and Cyan taking that tower effortlessly, and Ivern is here as well, but 4 of the members of the Mateos are here to respond.
Thankfully, BBC juggled that tower correctly, because if that was hitting Ryder, that's definitely going to be a 1-for-1. Especially with something like the Nom or anything else.
Good Silent Q coming out, but that's actually going to be another kill for Impact, picking up that kill into the Diana. And even though Licensed Rider is, making good plays when it comes to the top side, good dive onto that Cho'Gath, but then he dies almost immediately after. And as you said, when it comes to the mid lane itemization, the Zhonya's Hourglass just wasn't the right choice. You're going against a Zoe who's, absolutely popping off this Luden's Echo. I don't think, maybe Lichbane or something like that is the right choice, but even something like Rod of Ages is just going to give you more survivability. I understand, going in on Diana into like 5 people and then, using your Zhonya's Hourglass almost like a Messiah TF type of play, but you're just lacking so much damage. She finally picks up that Oblivion Orb in the Sork Shoes, but these opportunities where she needed to do damage to actually make a difference is, might be too late. 17 minutes into the game, and they actually pick up Rift Herald.
And how I see it is that if you're starting with the amount of a lane advantage that Ryder had in the beginning of this game, you build that Nashor's Tooth, you build the Rods, the Ludens, whatever the hell you're going to build that's not as Zhonya's. And at this point in the game, you're going to have killed Zoe a couple more times, and you're going to be able to afford your Zhonya's anyway, or get very, very close. Because you shouldn't be ulting in the 5 people at the start.
Yeah, massive fight coming out. Shutdown for the Diana as it kills the Graves there, and Oven Johnson picking up a kill into the Ezreal. It's going to result in Karma flashing away, and there's the Scion ult onto the Zoe. She's going to ult over the wall, but you come right back with it, buddy, and that's going to be a shutdown. 500 gold for Zolkin.
Yeah, really good fight by BBC there. They really needed that to kind of really start to come back in this game. Granted, they weren't too far behind, or maybe even just even, but that's going to swing the momentum pretty hard for BBC.
Yep, absolutely. They have 3 members dead right now. The Ezreal about to respawn, but still about 15 seconds on the Zoe, who's the most important factor in this game right now. Does have her Sword Shoes finished, and again, having that Lunen's Echo doesn't only supply you with that massive amount of wave clear, but so much burst damage. Anytime I see a Sleepy Bubble go down, it's going to be at least 50% of someone's health there, so we're seeing that the red buff is taken by the Ivern as well.
Yeah, she's definitely already at that point, especially if she's hitting the Ivern, the Diana, or the Lucian. They're just gone at that point, and they can turn that fight around, but unfortunately for them, they didn't play their comm to what it's supposed to do, is peel back. They got hard engaged on, and they lost the fight.
Yeah, as soon, once Diana's in there, and if he's able to blow up one person, you're taking one person out of that fight. Doesn't matter how much more damage you do, or how the fight continues. If you can just eliminate one person, give yourself that numbers advantage. That's all you really need to do. But we are seeing that Iceborne Gauntlet finish on the Ezreal's, or as well as the Manamune. Not looking to go towards that the Lost Chapter in the second tier just yet. We see the Longsword maybe going for that Vamp Scepter to either move into that Blade of the Ruin King if he's going to wanting to shred the Scion, or if he goes for that Hextech Gunblade. So we'll see if we see a more traditional Ezreal build in terms of just basic AD, or if we see more of the hybrid that's again been so popular in the current meta.
Hopefully, I think BBC is going to be able to turn this around. I mean, they have a huge tower lead. They're going to have pressure in the waves. Baron comes up in 20 seconds. They're in the lead, but it was kind of sloppy in that early mid-game point around the 10 to 15 minute mark, and it was looking pretty scary for them. This TMS team, even with essentially 2 subs and a player in an off role, they're rotating together very well.
Yeah, very much so. We do see the Siege in the bot lane. True Shot Barrage really isn't going to do too much in terms of wave clear. Zoe going in and not going to find a Sleepy Bubble on anyone, but having that redemption from that Karma is a very nice thing to have when it comes to this anti-siege here. And BB Clocks try to knock on the bot lane door of this Mateos comp, but trying to respond with their own bit of damage. We do see, again, having that redemption. Karma is going to have a lot of damage of her own, but again, a lot more of that utility. And Cyanol is available if they do decide to go for a dive, and Oven Johnson walking up here. Lucian tanking that turret is going to take him to about a little more than 60% health, but it's going to be able to hopefully sustain with that Blade of the Ruin King. And it looks like they're just going to back off. They can't really decide, what they want to do. They can't really siege this composition. So much wave clear coming out from the Zoe and just the rest of the members of the Mateos. They need to find another option in terms of getting this game rolling.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to the linear point of it. So when you have someone who's going to play Cho'Gath every time it's open, I mean, like they did here, and Scion's open, Cho'Gath is just a worse Scion. I mean, Scion's going to pass. They both passively build HP, but when Cho'Gath does it, he essentially has to use his ult to do it, and it's only going to stack 6 times on minions in lane, right? Scion's going to passively build it the whole entire game, and then he's going to be able to build resistance rather than just building flat HP. You see the Righteous Glory out coming for Cho'Gath to try to match that HP difference, but look at the items. Even if you take away a lot of the gold away, he's building the resistance much earlier and probably has more HP. I'm going to check that right now, actually. He's 1 level difference. Cho'Gath has 2,700. Scion has 3,300. So that's a 500 HP difference, just by essentially passives alone. So it's just a worse pick, and I feel like BBC and that draft phase kind of accepted that was going to happen, and just essentially baited them into picking the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, as you just completely explained with that Scion pick, I think it's why he's one of the only viable tanks. I mean, you can be the best Maokai in the world, but the Scion is just going to have so much more health and resistances than you because you can only do so much with your gold. But, Maokai doesn't have that built-in, scaling health that makes him look like just an absolute beefy monster. So, leaves that Scion at the little bit of an advantage while they try to pick up the 4th dragon of the game. It's going to end up being their 2nd Ocean Dragon if they manage to pick this up. But looks like it might be uncontested. Graves is walking down, see if he can find something. Does spot them out, but being able to hide in that Ivern bush does give him the little bit of the vision advantage, and thereby also finding two of the members of the Mateos there, going very aggressive, landing the Zenith Blade onto the Graves and stunning him up, and Furry Laser is taking the brute force of all this damage. They do pick up that Ocean Dragon, they pick up a kill down into that Cho'Gath. That's going to be another kill for this Lucian.
Yeah, and that was really good by thereby also. That's an unwarded play he went for. He read the map, he read the situation, said, hey, they're going to be here. The Graves showed around the dragon. He knows how much HP is left on that dragon. He can go around and make that play, and the rest of his team collapse as soon as that dragon's pop. So a really smart play by thereby also on that and getting his team another advantage.
Yeah, we do see him trying the same thing again. I'm going for this bot lane turret. True Shot Barrage does come out, so he's not going to have it for the fight, and a lot of damage coming out from that Zoe. Ivern getting very low, and Diana's off in the mid lane, though, applying her own pressure and seeing if he can walk this wave up to turret. Maybe not going to be able to find it. Zoe is here to respond, and the rest of them, or the members of the Mateos, are not too far behind, but they're wanting to hover around this bot lane. They know that with this Scion Demolish is going to do a good chunk, and there it is, and finding that bot lane inner turret is just what BB Clocks have wanted to do for the past 5 minutes, and they finally get it done.
Yeah, and I really like this stylistic kind of swap from BBC, because yes, you have that hard to engage option, but you also have a strong split pusher in that Diana. She's got the Morellas now, she has a large rod, she's got the pen boots, so she's past that awkward point Ryder put himself in of not being able to kill her very quickly if it's someone like the Zoe or the Ezreal, and now he can actually blow them up and can now apply that side lane pressure, and the four members of the team, they have the hard engage, but they have really good peel as well coming from the Ivern and the Leona ults. So I really like that they're not tunneling on that. We just have to go in and fight all the time.
We are seeing the, again, something that it says a little bit more when you look at certain itemization. With Ezreal going that Blade of the Ruin King, he's looking to be more relevant sooner rather than later. You know, doesn't want to go for that extra scaling second tier item. You know, that takes a little bit while to ramp up, so getting that percentage health damage from that Blade of the Ruin King, you know, will definitely benefit him, especially taking out this very, very beefy Scion. And finally, Zul'Kin is able to finish off his Black Cleaver, so that 2-item Lucian is going to be an absolute powerhouse as well, and something that Mateos need to be careful of in these team fights. And here comes Verbal Clocks, face checking. That's going to be a very dead Ezreal. Licensed Rare picking up a kill there, and Zul'Kin picking up a kill of his own, and Sion trying to find more, and a lot of damage coming out from the Zoe, but it's just not going to be enough. Sleepy Bubble comes out, but Licensed Rare is going to tank it up for his boy, and Ivern Shield to go along with it. Zenith Blade isn't quite going to find what he wants, and even though Cho'Gath did have his feast up, didn't get to use it in time, he's going to get sped up by that Karma and the Righteous Glory as well, but here comes the Scion Q, good two-man knockup, maybe able to turn the tides of that fight, and with that redemption, the shutdown is going to go over to Furry Laser, but Oven Johnson can get a kill of his own, and thereby also going deep and deep and deeper. Zul'Kin is on a rampage on this Lucian.
Yikes, that's a hard overstay for TMS. I figure if you give them around 2 more minutes of this kind of stall and kind of stop the bleeding, then they could really start to look for that kind of fight. But just a pretty big overstay, and it might honestly be that play that essentially costs them the rest of this game.
Yeah, Zoe is very, very low here, only has a sliver of health to work with, and Zul'Kin's going to flash very far forward, unstoppable as he picks off that Zoe there, trying to prevent him from taking the Baron. Doesn't have his dash available now, so he's going to have to take on this Graves, thereby also is going to be able to get that Zenith Blade to help his boy out, and that's actually going to result BB Clocks is going to have to just back off from that Baron.
Yeah, it was a good stop play by TMS, but, you know, that fight that they had prior to that delays that 2-minute time frame I gave them, and pushes it back to like a 3 or 4 minute time frame, but making that stop's also pretty big. Kind of saves them from getting choked out for the rest of the time that we have left in this game. So hopefully for them that they can continue to stall it out, and we can see what this team comp can really do, what this team can do.
Yep, as you mentioned though, with the Ardent Sensor Ivern, he is working on it. Does have the Aether Wisp and the Forbidden Idol, but did prioritize both the Redemption and the Athene's Holy Grail, or Unholy Grail, I should say, before those items. So he is going to have, again, just pure utility, and it's going to be able to provide so much for both the Diana and the Lucian that are just absolutely wiping these team fights. And not only that, but Licensed Rider also just picked up that Rabadon's Death Cap.
Alright, and the 3 items for Ivern being the Athenes, the Ardent, and the Redemption. Those are all interchangeable in the way that you build them. It all depends on the comp. So I like what he did here. He went the Redemption. You know, that's usually kind of the first item, no matter what. But after that, you alternate between the Argons and the Athenes. And there's a lot of magic damage on this TMS team, so I really like that he went for the Athenes first.
Yeah, TMS is wary that they are doing Baron. Here comes another fight. True Shot Barrage coming out, but not doing a lot of damage. Ezreal's going to have to get away from Licensed Rider while Zoe's here as well. Furry Laser getting very low, having to take all 5 members of BB Clocks, and that's going to be Cho'Gath going down. Culling is going to come out in the Ezreal, but he's going to land a Sleepy Bubble. Diana and Ivern are there to block any damage that will come from the Zoe, and it's going to be a knock-up coming out from the side. Not quite going to land as Graves flashes away, but does get stunned up by that Leona, and Zolkin picking up yet another kill. And that's going to be 2 members left on the Mateos, with the rest of the members are alive on BB Clocks. We'll see if they go for Baron, or maybe for the Inhib.
I think they're going to go for a tower, and then peel off to the Baron. They'll probably even go for the Inhib, and then try to peel off for the Baron.
Yeah, picking up yet another kill. Licensed Rider fighting Impact there. That's going to be Zoe dead, and Ezreal Karma being the only ones left alive. That's definitely going to be Inhib down for them. And are they going to try to find more? Yeah, no, it looked like it for a second, but I think they're just going to back off of it. Graves is up in 15 seconds. Cho'Gath is up now, and even though Zoe's not up for a while, I don't think they can really take Baron without it being a little too risky, but Dragon may be the optimal choice once they come back up. Get that next Cloud Dragon, I guess, that is on the map, so it's better to have it than your opponents, and maybe try to just get vision around this Baron. I think it might be the next 5v5 team fight that decides this game.
Yeah, and did you see how fast in that last little skirmish in the jungle, how fast Cho'Gath kind of got melted? He has the HP item and he has the gargoyles, but that's just not enough resistance at this point in the game, and that's why I feel like Cho'Gath is such a weak champion at this point. If you're going to pick a tank option, it's Scion or it's nothing, like you mentioned earlier, and it's just not working out for him.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to see. They are trying to get, they're working on their items. We see Graves almost has his IE finish, and Stormrazor as well. I'm not sure what patch he thinks he's on. I don't think it's the most optimal build. And Licensed Rider, a lot of damage coming out on this Karma. Does land another Q, but it's going to get rooted up, and Graves being able to get that smoke screen, going to send her blind, going to be able to flash away, almost getting this last kill. Graves does have ult, and he's not even going to need it. Eating forward and getting off those last autos, and the Licensed Rider is going to result in him falling, but 4 members of BB Clocks on this bot side, see what they can do. Rupture was able to land, but Demolish is going to get procced by Evan Johnson onto that tower, and Cho'Gath trying to stand in the front lines as best as he can while the Ezreal is on the back lines. 2-man Rupture is going to land, and Karma's here as well. Not going to be able to get a root, but here comes the Redemption, healing up the members of BB Clock's squad. Cho'Gath still in the front line, still tanking up as much as he can, but as you said, look how fast he's getting melted. Choo as Scion comes into the back line, he's getting melted as well, and Furry Laser's actually staying alive. True Shot Barrage comes in as well, and Graves picking up that kill into the Ivern. And Evan Johnson is so very low as well, doesn't get that Q off, and shutdown for the Ezreal into the Lucian, and Zoe gets her own shutdown into Scion as well. And even though it looked like it was going to be in BB Clock's favor with that Diana dead, it ended up being more crucial than they anticipated. And now Mateos are going to look for Baron.
Yeah, I mean, that's just disrespecting the enemy team and overestimating how big your gold lead is. Like, yes, you have a decent lead before that fight, around 4 or 5k, but a 4v5 is a 4v5, and TMS does have the late game scaling, and they've hit that point. So that's just, I think, pretty big disrespect from BBC.
Yep, they do have 5 members on this Baron. Diana's the only one here, and thereby also is trying to make his way there. Zonia's is popped, and a lot of damage going on to that Zoe. It's going to be a kill for Licensed Rider, picking up Impact, and he's going to be going down to that Graves red dot. It's going to be enough to kill him, and this Baron getting very low, and Mateos are able to secure it. Scion does come in with the teleport, and the Evan Johnson is taking off a little bit more than he can chew. Isn't able to cancel it, and Leona's in there as well, getting rooted up, and that Cho'Gath does look like he has no other options but to die for his team. The rest of them are going to be able to recall with that Baron, and BB Clocks are going to have to capitalize on the 1 member dead, or excuse me, 2 members dead of the Mateos, and see what they can do with it, that small window of time they have.
Yeah, and TMS did a really good job holding out to that, point that I gave them, 4 to 5 minutes, and it's been 4 to 5 minutes, and they're coming in strong. But unfortunately, the fight at the pit doesn't go their way, and they get the Baron, but they do lose the tower on the backside. So we'll have to see what they're able to do with this Baron play.
Yeah, I think Verbal Clorox, even though he has been playing well individually, again, I'm not a jungler, I'm certainly not a Graves player in the least, but I think his itemization is probably one of the worst I've seen in quite some time. He picked up the Stormrazor so early, I'm not sure if he was aware or unaware that it's not the same Stormrazor that Graves was used to, so he's not able to, the reason why that's so powerful is because you get the advantage of having that extra range on the rapid fire cannon or even extra damage coming out from that static shiv. He doesn't have either, and then he picks up an Infinity Edge, so you're not able to amplify any sort of crit. You get the 25% from that Infinity Edge, but you don't have any Zeal item to complement, and picking up a Last Whisper as well is just another waste of 1,300 gold, where I think it just could be such better built for this. You know, he's not, as an individual, he's playing well, but he could be doing so much more.
Like, this is a Season 3 Graves. I know AD Carry's got the IE buff and everything, but Graves isn't an AD Carry anymore, so Black Cleaver, I think, would have been a lot better of a first option for him, especially with the beefiness that BBC has, but we're not the players, we're not the jungle, so... Yeah,
we're on the sidelines. What do we know, right? But we actually did see Licensed Rider trying to defend that mid lane outer turn. It's going to cost him his life. 7-8 right now, having 8 deaths already at this 33-minute game. It's definitely not what we want to see. It's allowing Mateos to come back in this game, and it's not really the gold going over to him, but not having that member is crucial. Sion is going to be able to land that Q. Let's see if they take anything off of it. A lot of damage coming out from both the Ezreal and the Graves, and now Zoe trying to poke the backline as best she can. This mid lane inhib turret is getting very low, and one turret or auto from the Graves is going to be just enough. Here comes the Mantra E, and a lot of the members of the Mateos are speedy. Zolkin very low, and one more auto from that Zoe is going to be just enough, and the True Shot Barrage coming onto that Sion isn't going to do enough. Does not have that second tier item, doesn't have that ability power to be able to complement that True Shot Barrage to finish off that Sion, and even though it was looking like a BB Clock's victory, it's still going on, and thereby also going in very far and trying to stun up who he can. Or even though Licensed Rider is here, he does get the Zonia's Hourglass, but Sleepy Bubble is going to, result in it being delayed a little bit, and they do get that Ivern Q. Very well done, and Furry Laser still tanking up so much damage that Licensed Rider is going to finish him off, and the rest of the members of the Mateos are having to run away from this. It's a 4-3 advantage for BB Clocks right now, and with that Iceborne Gauntlet, they're going to be able to kite him out and try to just defend their mid lane inhib with New Dragon coming up just about now.
Yeah, and a lot of the sloppiness that's coming out of this game is each team just overstaying or disrespecting one another. And we've seen it in the bot side for BBC, we see it now in the mid lane for TMS, and you have to understand timing and strength of your overall champions and everything. Like, all in all, you're probably even at the start of that anyway. It's definitely even now, but I don't know, it's just hard to say what these players are thinking when they think that they can end or overstay for a tower or whatever it is. And it's showing from both sides.
Alright, now here's something I can comment on with confidence, because I play Ezreal. I can actually have an opinion on Ezreal, because God knows I've played more than enough games to actually understand what is optimal and what isn't. I hate the fact that not only did Grokmir delay his second tier so much.
He just bought it.
Yeah, like he just got it. He doesn't have the Lost Chapter, so he still has no ability power. He's just getting that extra mana from that tier, and he used all of his gold. Again, he has a 700 gold bounty on his head. He has, over 200 farm. He had so much gold go onto him. Not only did he not get that second tier item to go for that hybrid Ezreal that, as we saw, had that True Shot Barrage, been with ability power on that, or on Oven Johnson, it would have finished him off. And with the new Essence Flux on Ezreal, I think hybrid Ezreal, if it's still available and, they're not stopping the itemization of it in any sort of recent patch, just go it, because it applies so much more damage, not just to the frontline members of BB Clocks, but to the squishies as well. You can absolutely assassinate this Lucian or even the Diana if you position well enough, and you're wasting all your money on a Lord Dominic's Regard to get extra armor pen? Like, I understand that you're afraid of the Scion, he's so very beefy, like, oh, blah, I get it, but it's just, again, all over the entire game from mostly the Mateos, I just hate the itemization that they're coming out with, and again, I'm certainly not a mathematician and know what's, the most optimal or anything like that, but I really do think they could have abused their leads so much better.
Yeah, I think if you're going to go for this harder AD build on Israel, that instead of getting the tier, I would assume go for the GA in case you do get popped by somebody on the BBC team. But yeah, I agree with you. I knew as soon as you decided to start talking about that, I looked down at this build, I was like, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, no, it's really sad. Having that Merc Treads as well, because a lot of the crowd control, comes out, that's fine. So you're sacrificing, not going that second tier item to have that ability power, and you're not going to get any more ability power if you don't go for the Hextech Gunblade. So it's understandable not to go for the Sork Shoes at that point, but as I said, the damage difference in the builds is just immense.
I'm going to disagree on the Merc Tread portion of it, because if you do get CC'd by this BBC team, it doesn't matter if you have the tenacity or the reduced duration on CC, because you're just dead. Ivern or Leona hits you, Ryder's coming right behind them. So I feel like the sword boots option would be a lot better for him. But
I'd probably agree with that as well, and thereby also, as you said, when it comes to crowd controlling up this Cho'Gath and taking up as much damage as they can, but slowly getting whittled down, and Ezreal having to E away and get to safety there. Verbal Clorox is still just about on the front line, dealing so much damage with the culling coming out from the Lucian, thereby also getting very low, and Ezreal doing a good job to kite back, but it's not going to be enough. Here comes the Lucian Sleepy Bubble. Turn on him, please. There you go. So all it's going to take is one Mystic or Essence Flux with the Mystic Shot, and a double kill for the Zoe as well, even though it looks like it was in BB Clock's favor. Good God, Mateos did a great job of turning it, and with 4 of their members up, it only took the Cho'Gath dying to be able to pick up this Baron. I don't know why they're chasing the Scion down to the ends of the earth, but it's a little bit frustrating. Maybe to just walk to the super minions and just end the entire game instead of going for the Baron, which is probably...
just end it.
Yeah, I hope they actually do just end it. You know, we got 20 seconds coming up on the Leonos, you know, about 30 seconds on Diana, Ivern, and Lucian, so this is probably game.
It's definitely going to be game, and I think if you're BBC there, the mistake is they've shown on the TMS side that they can play this scaling comp, and BBC's again just disrespecting it. You have to try your hardest if you're BBC there to wait for a mistake, and that was not a mistake. That was a mistake on their part.
Yeah, that was definitely anybody's game there. That was probably what was the craziest about that. You know, it just going back and forth and back and forth, and you know, we saw that there was a lot of objective control coming out from BB Clocks. They picked up, what was it, like 5 dragons, and they had, you know, so many of their carries, you know, 10-5 on this Lucian, and even though Licensed Rider was dying a lot, you know, he's doing a lot of damage, and it was, again, upsetting to see certain itemization. It was upsetting to see, you know, just certain play, and again, I don't think there's any excuse for getting close to double-digit deaths. I don't care what role you are. You know, maybe the poor Cho'Gath, I feel so bad for the guy, you know, watching a tank, you know, doing his job, and he's just having to die over and over for it. Like, it's his job. Like, that's how he has to play for the team to actually do well, and they won because of it.
That was like watching me play.
No, but the thing is, you end up winning because of it. It doesn't matter what your score is on those type of champions. If you allow your carries to be in a position where they can, you know, completely wipe a fight like that. We saw Ezreal getting so very low towards the end of that fight there, but he was able to stay just a bit alive, and I really think Verbal Clorox there, in terms of the damage at the end of the game, we did see with the Sleepy Bubble coming out on that Lucian, did allow that blow up from the Ezreal, so I think that was a crucial mistake as well, but looking at the damage charts right now, no surprise, it is going to be the Zoe topping that off, and not far behind is the Graves and Ezreal, and otherwise we see Licensed Rider, despite dying, you know, more times than I'd like to see, was probably the, you know, going to be the 4th runner-up of that damage, and as you said, Scion just does so much damage on, you know, both actually the tanks in the top lane did so much damage for, you know, what their role is supposed to be.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see what adaptations BBC can make going into game 2. Hopefully they see some of those more linear champions that the Mateos do play and can adjust to that, because yeah, you gave up the Cho'Gath, the guy's most played top laner. He didn't look super hot on it, but hey, he won. So
yeah, no, all that matters is the win. So in the meantime, I'm gonna try to set up this lobby, and I think we'll just send it to a little 5-minute intermission. We'll try to. I'm going to grab some water, you know, clear my throat out a bit. And...
Oh, I got to pee like a Russian racehorse.
Oh, exactly. So, yeah, we'll each take a break, and otherwise we'll try to get into this game, too. And with as 50-50 as that was, I think you were right in your predictions earlier that I think we're going to get a Game 3 out of this.
Oh, yeah. For those that I don't think I mentioned it on stream, I did predict the 2-1 for BBC, so let's go, boys, 2-0.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually get this reverse sweep off. But otherwise, we'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alrighty, and here we go. Game 2 of the Mateos versus BB Clocks. We're going to see the Mateos on the blue side this time around, and with a pretty surprising victory that they pulled off from BB Clocks there. I'll be interested to see how this changes up in the draft.
I think what's going to be more interesting is how BB Clocks' power rankings are going to switch if they drop this game.
Oh yeah. No, I expect, the new team coming in out of nowhere, and if you get 2-0'd by them, that's definitely, it says something. I'm not sure what exactly it says, but it says something for sure. And
especially dropping yesterday, who they ranked pretty low as well.
Yeah, maybe not the strongest of weekends for BB Clocks, but we're going to see so far that Oven Johnson isn't going to be able to play that Scion again, so as you mentioned in the previous game, tank options are going to be quite limited, and Rengar is also being taken off the table, so popular jungle, very aggressive jungler that is able to get picks everywhere. Speaking of which, is also a Kha'Zix taken away as well.
Yeah, I want to see an Ezreal ban from BBC here before the end of it. I think that and the Zoe, one of those two, a ban here, I think will be really good for them because I think that was their two biggest weaknesses, or their two biggest problems from the last game.
Yeah, despite me having a problem with the itemization of the Ezreal, as soon as he was able to get those items, and in those later team fights, again, I don't think he was the sole reason of winning them, but we saw there how much damage he's actually able to do, especially if, as we saw, Zolkin was a little bit mispositioned there as he went so very deep into the backline of the Mateos. All it takes is one sleepy bubble, and he was just down for the count after that Essence Flux into the Mystic Shot. So we actually are going to see, instead of Zolkin picking up that Lucian, it's going to be Grokmir on the Lucian this time around.
Yeah, one thing I do want to see from BBC as adjustments to make for this game is to play a little bit more for the late game. I mean, their only real late game scaling champion was the Scion, and that's been banned away. And in the SFL especially, a lot of these games do hit that 30-minute mark or over the 30-minute mark. Not too many teams are successful in playing that early game stomp. So that's an adaptation I want to see from BBC, as well as getting Raider on something more like the Swain or some of those other off picks he's more comfortable on. Stay away from the Diana and see what they can do.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to see a Diana this time around. We're also not going to see the incredible assassin mages blowing up the squishies, that being the LeBlanc and Zoe, so it'll be interesting to see. We're seeing verbal Clorox on the Graves yet again, so again,
please build better. Yeah,
no, as many problems as I have with the itemization, if something works, as you mentioned last game, we're on the sidelines, what's it matter, but maybe to a bit of your dismay, we're seeing the Cho'Gath for Furry Laser yet again.
Yeah, it's going to be an awkward top lane, because the Aatrox is going to be able to provide that early pressure onto the Cho'Gath, who is pretty squishy, especially in the early game, so we'll have to see how that top lane goes. I would not be surprised to see Mateos pick Sylas in the second rotation.
It'd be interesting to see. We're actually seeing thereby also on the Blitzcrank, and anytime I've seen him on these hook champions like that, he's it ends up having the enemies be hook magnets. This guy, just picks up so many picks with this pick. So we're also going to see the Lissandra taken off the table, and I think it's going to be a lot of priority from both teams of the bans for this mid lane.
Yeah, and the thing is with Ryder, he plays his champ pool is so weird. Swain, Vladimir are two of his stronger mid laners, I would say, and those aren't the most super meta things right now, so it'll be interesting to see what he ends up picking up. Or if that J4 or the Aatrox both are champions that you can take to the mid lane. So it'll be interesting to see.
Well, absolutely, and as you said, that what was to be expected is that Ezreal ban taken away from Zolkin, so having Lucian and Ezreal taken off the table, maybe we'll see something like a Sivir, maybe, I can't imagine anything hyper carry in this composition for BB Clock, so maybe something that can take care of himself a little bit more, and Sylas was taken away from BB Clocks, and the last pick, as I said, being that Sivir, so it's really limiting the options for AD carries here, unless they go some sort of mage, and I was going to say, a hyper carry like the Vayne that I just can't imagine them picking, and again, as an AD carry, when I pick something like that with a Blitzcrank, and then you have other things that are diving super far in, like the Aatrox and Jarvan, there's really not going to be anyone beside you to take care of you, and instead of, hovers the Kai'Sa, jukes us a little bit, but it is going to be a Vayne lock, and I think that's very, very especially versus a Lucian. We haven't even seen the support pick yet, so I think it's a very disrespectful Vayne lock-in.
I was hoping for the Kaisa because there was a lot of bumpers up front with the Aatrox, the J4, the Blitzcrank. That's a lot of options to be able to ult to, and to ult with, I suppose. So I was really hoping to see that Kaisa here.
Yeah, I think it would have been a lot safer and smarter of a pick, to be honest. And again, not even knowing what you're going against support, they do pick up the Morgana to go against that Blitzcrank and have the utility of that Black Shield to deny any picks that may come of it. But again, I just, you know, to me, again, I think there's a lot of non-verbal communication that does happen in competitive. You know, whether it's like body language of characters you see in a lane, like someone hits S and kind of just stares at you, something like that. Even in Champ Select, I honestly think that, again, locking in Vayne in this situation, again, you're having with the Aatrox and the Jarvan, they're not looking to protect you, they're looking to kill. And the Victor, you know, he may be on the back line with you, and you're going to have the resource of his gravity field, great. But otherwise, you got the Blitzcrank who's pulling people towards you. But then, you know, what are you going to do if, you know, someone gets towards you and they decide, hey, you know, I'm right in the Vayne's face, may as well, you know, take an opportunity of it. And we do see Swain being picked up for the Mateos, and we did see that Graves was able to position well enough to last in a lot of these fights from last game. So they're going to have a pretty good amount of damage from these extended team fights, but I guess BB Clocks do as well, having the Vayne and Victor, so hopefully... I love watching Licenseless Rider on Victor. I think it's one of his better champions, and it's a lot more satisfying to watch the laning phase of, rather than maybe his Diana that's going for the double-digit deaths. I don't mean to rag on the guy, but I think something like this is a lot more of his playstyle. I think he's able to perform a lot better and just look like a much cleaner player on something like the Victor.
So there's going to be two. If I'm going to name one person from each team to be watching for this game, it's going to be Impact on the Swain and Zulkin on the Vayne, because I feel like Impact took the Swain as a denial pick to keep away from Licenseless Riders. So it'll be interesting how comfortable he is on the champion, and what he could do there. And Zulkin, for the obvious reasons that you mentioned on the Vayne, you know, he doesn't have a lot of peel. You know, Vayne's very short range. If she tumbles and Swain can in that never move, it's going to look pretty ugly for BBC.
Absolutely, and just based off the current compositions right now of all, just all 10 characters, taking a look at them, and it's game 2. What do you think is going to be the result of this game, just based off what we see so far?
And it's going to vary on a few things that happen in the game. I think BBC did go a bit harder on the late game scaling with the Vayne and Victor and Aatrox. All three of those champions do a lot more damage later on in the game. Do I necessarily agree with the comp they picked? No. With things like the Blitzcrank, and if you feel like you might be picking Vayne, J4 is hit or miss on that, depending on what build route he goes. But overall, if Impact can show up on the Swain and, you know, not just be picking it for the denial, I think that Mateos, are purely based on the comp, will take it.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I don't know who really controls the draft phase for BB Clocks. I don't know if it's more up to the individuals of what they think is going to be best at the time. But, again, from what I've seen of Thereby also, I love him as a player. I love watching him. If I got him in a solo queue game and he picks Blitzcrank, I'm not complaining. But to pick it blind in the first phase of picks and bans, and you don't, the enemy support wasn't picked yet, so you allowed them to not only take away 280 carries and force you into something a little bit more awkward like the Vayne, but you allowed them to pick Morgana with it too. So you're having something like the Lucian Morgana where, if you're, not only if you miss a hook, but if they just tank it with that Black Shield, all it takes for a Lucian to dash in, one piercing line, it's going to be half of Vayne's health.
Right, and since you've mentioned who is doing the draft phase for what team, this is where I think having a coach or requiring, I wouldn't say even SFL requiring teams to have a coach.
It benefits so much. It's incredible.
It's ridiculous. If you look at the teams right now who now have an active participating coach, there's WP, there is P5, and I don't know how involved Splash is right now, being that he's in Korea, but everybody knows that Lane Zero has the staff to have a backup coach, whether that's Splash or whoever they find. But those are kind of the three teams. Maybe FTYO if Shrey is involved. But those 4 teams, 3 or 4 teams, have such an advantage, and it's shown over and over again, and especially within the last few matches. Having your 5 players not have to worry about draft phase as much really takes a load off and allows them to have that extra set of eyes.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, as you said, with it being so important, I think a lot of these players forget, they come into the mentality of these games and these are all solo queuers, right? They're all players that, they have very minimal actual competitive experience. And a lot of them forget that champion select is just as important as the rest of the game. And in many cases, whether it's like pure statistics and mathematics or anything like that, or just from pure strategy, you can win and lose games from champ select. And whether or not this will be an example of that, we'll have to wait and see. But, having someone to, it always benefits me, especially in game, when it's important having a coach for champion select, because then you can have all the players turn their brains off, and if you're told pick this, I know you're better on this, you'll do better on this in this situation. In the same way that it massively benefits a team to have a dedicated shot caller, where again, you saw the best example of that probably in the history of League of Legends esports being High on the original Cloud9, where all the players admitted, yeah, we would just turn our brains off and High would think for us. And it allows players to, just focus on their pure gameplay, pure mechanics, and just their skill instead of worrying, oh, what do I need to do now and now and now? So having those, again, those leadership positions, again, it does make a massive difference. And when you compare those teams, like you said, you do see significant result differences.
Well, I mean, and you could take it from P5's perspective too. They've swapped up their players. They have a coach now, and they've improved massively over those few weeks. WP, I know we've only seen one game, and I'm going to talk them up because I can. You just saw BBC rank them at the 6th place team, and WP had 1 scrim match before the BBC match.
Mm-hmm.
I had 3 pages of notes going into that.
Wow.
I was allowed to take that back seat, do that for my team, and they got their first two out of the split. So I would like to see, maybe for the next SFL split, requiring team to have a coach, and I think it'll improve the matches that we see on the streams quite a lot.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, and just getting the quality of the games from that. If teams are, again, all these individual players, so many of them are here and are together as a team because they know that each of them are, at least to some extent or another, they are capable enough in their individual skill and some of their basic knowledge that they do have, but, it's kind of like taking a dull blade. Like, yeah, you can do stuff with a dull blade, but if you sharpen that bad boy, it just becomes so much better of a tool.
Yeah, I agree completely, but it looks like, we talked so much about stuff that we want to see for the future and what's happening with other teams right now, but we had just a basic start, no blitzcrank shenanigans, and we're straight to the lanes.
Yep, I'm actually interested to see how Evan Johnson does on this Aatrox, and again, with Aatrox maybe falling out of the recent meta with the most recent patches and maybe not being the most viable pick as he was for the past few months, but it'll be nice to see if they can actually work around it and how their team fights go, because they do have this Jarvan, they will have the Cataclysm and Flag and Drag to really get onto the far deep lines and the carries of the Mateos, so if they can really, it'll also depend on itemization if the Jarvan goes tankier or more damage oriented, and here he goes with his first gank, and just gonna walk away, just decide he's gonna show his face a little bit, and on the opposite side of the map, Grace is actually taking that bot lane scuttle.
I mean, you can already get an idea of what the Street 4 is going to build just based on his Keystone Mastery. He's not going for an Aftershock, he's going for the Electrocute, so I'm expecting a more damage build out of him, and the only option he really has to blow up is the Lucian if he can get onto him, or the Morgana, and killing Morgana off for your own life is probably not worth, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, very much so, and no surprise, we're seeing License's Rider, being very aggressive on this Victor pick, even though it's maybe a pick that some people just want to prefer to, stay under tower and just farm up their Hex Core items. This guy, takes the Ignite, he has the area as well, and with that Domination healing, he's able to skirmish pretty well, and Sway not being 6, you're probably just going to have to take a good amount of that harass, just let the wave come under tower, because otherwise, it's not just a normal Victor, License's Rider Victor is pretty aggressive when it comes to laning phase.
Oh yeah, and for Impact, hopefully he's going to go for the Rada Aegis build. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't, but until he gets to that point, he's going to be bullied around. But the last time we said he was going to get bullied at a certain point, he started dumpstering the License's Rider in lane, so he's no slouch, at least what we've seen so far.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's nice that there is, you know, both skill going on. It's not just like a complete stomp either way. We are seeing teams go back and forth, and Verbal Clorox, level 4, or level 3 to level 4 Jarvan. Flagging Drag isn't quite going to land. He's going to have that fleet footwork advantage to get that healing, but looks like both junglers are going to back off from that. Aatrox did a good job to start collapsing, as well as License's Rider going to start to make some presence, and thereby also, even though it's only level 3, trying to look for those hooks, but not quite going to find anything. Gives Lucian and Morgana free reign for the most part, but Vayne has a little bit of a CS difference there, but it's really not that much right now, and it's nothing that you can tell too much from just the first 4 minutes of the game, so still plenty of time to see how things pan out.
And if you're thereby also, you're not really looking to land these hooks. You're trying to make them kind of curious or kind of worried about the hooks landing, because you do want this Vayne to scale up. If your J4's not down there, you're not going to kill him anyway, unless for some odd reason they're super low. So I think he's just trying to apply some of the pressure, keep the bot lane guessing for Mateos, and wait for the scaling or wait for the J4 to come down.
Yeah, it would behoove of weaker laners to, you know, rely on that jungle pressure. We do see the red smite is finished on both junglers, but King L Mills does have that longsword advantage over the Graves, but we'll see. No, Graves had recalled recently, getting that red smite, so maybe a little bit longer till he does pick up that extra damage, and maybe if Jarvan does find him in his jungle again, maybe a little bit of a skirmish back and forth. We do see Licensed Rider did ward the Raptors, so they do know where Graves is, and that he will be pathing up to that top side, maybe looking for that top scuttle, and Blitzcrank Hook is going to be denied there. Good Black Shield coming out by Rengel is going to deny anything coming from that, and I honestly do think with Halo Blade's Vayne, if they do land a hook, even though they may not be wanting to look for it, and they do want to take the more passive approach, depending on the position of where they get that hook, it may be, or result in a pretty easy kill if they can, you know, play it right and disengage at the right time, so no casualties come of it either.
Yeah, and I want to note on the junglers for where I think that they're going to be planning on looking. BBC has winning solo lanes, at least in the early phases, so that's going to allow King on the J4 to, he's not going to be able to really gank those lanes too terribly much without risk, so his job is going to be to look to this losing bot lane, and apply pressure there and invade as much as he can on the top side. But on the flip side, for Verbal Clorox on the Graves, he's going to want to apply attention to the solo laners and keep his bottom side warded as much as he can.
Something that bothers me there, just a little bit of a small, I'd call it a micro thing, is right there we saw that King Elmos was able to secure that top scuttle, and Graves not only saw that Jarvan had finished off that scuttle, so he does have the XP advantage, was level 5 to his level 4, and has the longsword advantage, but he E'd forward. He used that quick draw right into the face of Jarvan, and the Jarvan backed off. If that, good God, if that was me, I would have EQ, you know, even if I didn't have my cooldowns, I would have flash W that Graves so fast, seeing him waste that, and I would be yelling for Licensed Riot. I said, you need to come here right now. I don't care if it's just going to be a flash burn from this Graves, but it's those things where we need to see that type of aggression where you know where you have the advantage, you know when, again, you can take advantage of someone making a stupid decision like that, and it's mistakes like that that I don't think are punished enough in the SFL.
Well, and like what I said too, is that this Graves is going to be trying to hug that top side as much as he can, but when J4 does have to be up there to clear, that's like you said, one of those situations where he's got two pushing lanes on that side of the map. Bring those guys down and kill that kid. So, I wouldn't really say a misplay, but not realizing a play is what that was. And, you know, we're back to farming, and BBC just on the top side of the map has a huge gold advantage, really bullying these Mateos solo laners around.
Yeah, when it comes to those small skirmishes, even if it doesn't result in a kill, it can still happen with a butterfly effect type thing. Like, let's say all you do is burn the Graves' flash, then he doesn't have flash for future ganks, maybe he can't go for that super aggressive play on one of the other laners, and you would just completely deny a kill that would otherwise happen because the Graves just didn't have that flash because you went aggressive on him. Maybe it costs you your flash, and maybe, you know, it ends up going not exactly your way, but maybe if you don't lose anything from it, it can end up snowballing events, and I think that, again, you need to take those advantages, especially even if it's still this early on, and see Verbal Clorox trying to apply some pressure mid lane, does clear that vision that Licensed Rider does have there, and we do see in the top lane, though, Cho'Gath is down a massive amount of CS, getting pushed in the tower by Oven Johnson over and over, and he's landing these Qs effortlessly right now, and having 73 CS at 8 minutes is pretty damn nice to see.
Yeah, and if you're... Ooh. That hook.
Yeah, King Elmos was able to smite that crab away, and thereby also, there we go, picking up that first hook of the game onto that Graves, and it's going to result in that Vayne getting first blood. Definitely not something you want to see. She is, 58 CS to the 76. Doesn't matter if she picks up that 300 kill, or actually 400 from that first blood.
Well, you guys here watching the Twitch stream, you guys were wondering who's going to be the worst top player now that I'm out. I think we found it. This looks a lot like me on a different champion, and I feel for the guy, but it's the same as when I was playing. It's you put yourself in this position, and you're gonna have to deal with it.
It's a very selfless position because, again, you're accepting that, especially when you're going against or something as Cho'Gath versus Aatrox. Like, you go into the lane saying, like, this guy's going to do infinitely more damage than me. Yeah, I can sustain with my passive to the best of my ability, but you're not picking it for you. You're picking it for your team. You're picking it so you have the front line later on. He's got, as we keep seeing, or as we saw in the last game, he does go the Righteous Glory and those other just bigger tanky utility items, such as the Gargoyle Stoneplate, and tries to be the best front line that he can for his team, and it does end up being a victory in those team fights. And you see Verbal Clorox, though, denying those turret platings from Oven Johnson, who's already accumulated quite a substantial lead, and already with that Caulfield's Warhammer still sitting on about 1,500 gold, to Vayne having 1,900 gold to back with herself.
Well, and I'm going to agree with you on the top line point. Yeah, it's worth, because it's that selfless play, and everybody knows I'm a big proponent of that, but there's a lot better champions to do it on.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Impact is getting caught out here. A good roam by the Blitzcrank is getting him knocked up. Swainel is going to be popped, and the Zonia's Hourglass, or rather the Stopper, is going to buy him some time, and King Elmos picks up a kill into Verbal Clorox on the top side of the jungle while all this is happening, and Swain getting very low, the ult pops, and one Death Ray is going to be all it takes for Licensed Rider to pick up a kill, so it's going to be 3 kills so far for BB Clocks.
Yeah, and King Lamills is doing exactly what I said he should be doing. He should be trying to pressure the bot lane as much as he can and invading as much as he can. He invaded on the top side. The top laner wasn't quite there yet for Mateos, and he gets a solo kill while the rest of his team is fighting around the mid lane.
And as we were talking about the itemization of that top lane, instead of that Righteous Glory Rush, we are going to see the Glacial Shroud to get that early CDR and mana, but it's going to be an early Bramble Vest, try to reduce that healing of the Aatrox, and Oven Johnson just showing still how dominant he is. And when you play something like this Aatrox, if you're getting, you're getting chained up as a Cho'Gath, you don't really have any sort of gap closer to escape it, and tries to go for a Rupture, doesn't quite find it, but a good amount of damage is coming out. And meanwhile on the bot side of the map, Rengol does get hooked, and Stopwatch is going to buy him some time as he pops the Morgana. Calling Ults is going to come out as well. A lot of damage coming out from the Lucian. Good Morgana binding is going to allow Grokmar to finish off that kill into the Vayne, going even more far forward with that press the attack proc. But on the on the top side of the map rather, BB Clocks popping that Rift Herald, getting so much gold from those turret platings, and they may not be able to find that tower, but that gold that they accumulate, look at that gold lead up in that top side. 19k to 16k. That's insane for 12 minutes in.
Oh yeah, and I'm getting back into my my casting calling mentality. I told you don't want to be taking those blitz hooks down there, especially when J4 is clearing the Rift Herald. He's on the top side. You saw him up there. You know he's up there. You land the hook. You go in on for it. Guess who's down there? Graves. So, and it did look like there for a second that BBC was going to get away with it and be winning a lane they shouldn't be winning, but turned around on him.
Yeah, absolutely. Thereby also going for yet another hook, but Relentless Pursuit is going to allow Lucian to get away from that, and they're maybe going to look to recall. Lucian looking very low on mana, sitting on about 1,200 gold right now. Vayne doesn't really have too much to recall, and nor does the Blitzcrank, but we do see Graves and Swain on the spot side, maybe looking to see if they can make something happen.
Oh boy, this could be El Spicerino, but it looks like I feel like if Graves moves up a little more, they'll sniff that out, but they're playing pretty safe right now. They just lost a nasty fight. The lane's going to start pushing into them, so they're just playing the safe route. Yeah, just using Fog of Vision there, or Fog of War rather, to look at the vision there. They didn't have vision of both the Swain and the Graves in there, but I guess it might have been the minion as Graves was walking out of it. We did see that they did get a split second of vision of that Graves, and we did see those red side pings going down. So they did spot out, or BBC did a good job of spotting out Graves and communicating to the rest of the team that he was there. Vayne was plenty far back under a tower, not in any sort of danger whatsoever, and so far Impact is still getting pushed under this tower, and look at the CS, 86 to 134 so far, and not only that, but Victor's already gotten 3 turret platings. I mean, imagine if the lanes were even on CS here, that 3k gold lead would be, 4 or 5, or not quite 5, closer to 4.5. But you know, it's definitely hurting them, but they're still maintaining a strong lead with their objective control, the kills, the plating. So, well, we'll see if they can keep this momentum up and get to that late game point that I mentioned with the Victor, the Aatrox, and the Vayne, and see if they can force this to a game 3.
Yeah, and here comes Thereby also. Again, no strangers to the mid lane, going for yet another gank onto the Swain, and here comes King to join in the fun. Gets the Cataclysm to make sure that hook lands, and that's going to be another kill for Licenses Rider. Very well done, and being 2-0 in that Victor, and just about, or 3 members of BB Clocks actually having each, 450, 500, and 600 gold bounties, and might be even more as they pick up that first tower if they're in the mid lane.
Boy, am I really glad that everybody else didn't play Blitzcrank or Thresh last night versus WP, because that could have been yikes. So good on those types of champions. And he's really showing it. He's roaming a lot. He's landing the hooks that matter, applying pressure to the ones that don't. So the guy's an absolute monster, and I think he's a solid All-Stars candidate for sure in the support role.
Oh, without a doubt. It doesn't matter. Like, even on something like the Leona, where, maybe he doesn't hit every single Zenith Blade, but God, if he sees an opportunity to go in, he's going all in. It doesn't matter if he has to flash ult in, and team's still like half a lane away, and, the rest of the team is probably wondering, hey, what the hell are you doing all the way deep in, the middle of 5 people? But either way, if they do end up following up, it does typically go their way if they're able to execute it properly. He sets up, he's definitely one of the better supports. Instead of being like the peel, I'm going to protect my carry and allow them to, be the star of the game. No, that guy's his own star. He sets up those plays and he allows, the rest of his carries to look so very good. And
is it too late to change my answer who I think's going to win this game? Because, yikes. I mean, the CS differential on the top side, in the jungle and the mid, just the top side of the map in general, it's going to buy this Vayne the time that she needs to pop off and for that Lucian to fall off, so...
Yeah, not only by the time, but it's already time with another hook landed by Thereby. Also, Zolkin popping that ult, but flashing into a Morgana binding isn't quite the summoner spell usage you want to see. That's going to be a kill over to that Lucian 2-0 so far. Grokmir trying to respond to this Vayne the best he can, and again, it was a good hook by Thereby also, but if anyone's familiar with Vayne spotting...
There they go again, throwing everything I just said out of the way. Just sit down there, farm up as best as you can, let your top side do the work for the first 23 minutes of the game.
Oven Johnson has ult. I don't know what the hell he's waiting for, a rainy day or something. There he goes. Now he's popping it. Teleport does try to come out from Impact, and it's just not going to be enough time. It is going to get canceled by King Elmills and picking up a kill of his own. Here comes Robo Clorox to respond, but they're level 9 Graves, so level 11 Jarvan, and Jarvan has his Warrior Finish. He has a Phage and almost a Black Cleaver, and thereby also Flash knocking up that Graves. It's not going to be enough. Quick Draw is going to buy him some time, but it's going to be a third kill for King Elmills, and Gravity Field going down, and yet another hook. Can this guy miss? 8-2 so far in favor of BB Clocks right now, and it's going to be an Infernal on each side, but so far with the gold leader have accumulated and just the objective control, good God, I think it's a good possibility we're seeing a game 3.
Yeah, and I mentioned it in the Spectator Delay portion. The 2 people to watch are Impact on the Swain and Zolkin on the Vayne. And if you look, they're the 2, I feel like right now, who are costing their team a lot. And
oh my goodness.
And I don't know. I feel like the Vayne wasn't the greatest pick, but it's going to work out for him in the late game, I feel. And, Swain is a hard denial pick against Licenses Rider, but it does not look like Impact is comfortable on it at all, and it's showing.
Yeah, and going from someone that isn't too comfortable on his pick to the exact opposite, where Licenses Rider already taking that inner mid lane turret here and having 1,000 gold bounty on his head, and not only that, but has, stage 2 Hexcore. He has that Q in his E evolved, and the Lichbane finish just leads him to be such a terrifying threat. We saw there, even though Rengo wasn't able to use the Black Shield in time for that Blitzcrank hook, was able to use it to walk away a little bit, but we saw that one Death Ray is almost all it takes to one-hit this support of the Mateos, and so far we're seeing 2 members, or rather 4, on the side of BB Clocks trying to finish off the mid lane the bot lane enter turn, and there's Licensed Rider, as we said, dealing out so much damage. Calling is going to send him very low, and a teleport coming out from Furry Laser. He's going to see if he can try to catch this Vayne. Here comes the Righteous Glory. Rupture isn't quite going to find him.
I want to see the bot lane.
Yeah, no. Robo Clorox is going to fall to King Elmills yet again, and Zolkin trying to kite back. Does manage to tumble past the Morgana bind. Here's Licenses Rider yet again. Swainult's going to be popped, but not enough damage coming out from him. 4 members of BB Clocks. Licenses Rider picks up a double kill here on the bot side of the map, and Lucian being the only one left, it's almost an ace for them as they try to walk and see if they can pick up this last turret here on the bot side, and it's going to look like their 5th turret of the game if they can pick that up. Here comes Jarvan. Yep, it's going to be a good flash from the Lucian to be able to avoid that flag and drag, but King Elmo's going a little too far forward. Oh, stopwatch right in time, though, does save him, so very good job there. Does manage a flag and drag, and that is going to be their 5th turret of the game and a 10k gold lead at 19 minutes.
Alright, I promise this is going to be the second to last time I mention the linear aspect of TMS. I'm definitely going to mention it for Game 3 one more time. But it's, you know, BBC found a way around it. The Zoe came out as a ban. The Silas came out as a ban on the lesson. That essentially takes away what I've seen in my little bits of research of Impact's champion pool. They left a Shogath up. It obviously wasn't too big of a concern for him. They gave that up again. Like I said, he's going to take it every time it's up. So that's something that you know that you can try to bully around in the early game, which they've done. And it's that aspect of this team is really showing.
Yeah, absolutely. Thereby also trying to find yet another pick. That Black Shield is going to be taken out instantly. Licensed Rider is dominating. That's going to be a 5v4 advantage for BB Clocks, and Baron's just about to be up. You have a Vayne that has his Blade of the Ruined King and a very, very fed Victor and Aatrox to, you know, complement it, as well as the Jarvan as well, having a bit more damage-oriented of a build. Does have the Warrior complete, as well as that Black Cleaver. And looking at the other side of things, we're seeing the Graves go yet again. Does have the Kinesis Shard, or Kinesis Shard, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I think yet again he's going to go for that Storm Razor first item. I think it's so bizarre, and you can see the difference it's making being 0-4 compared to the 403 Jarvan. Right now, they do pick up that Baron, and Licensed Rider, you know, just shoves Impact away with almost no effort at all. And it, honestly, God, I don't like to call a game before it's done. You know, every game isn't done until the Nexus is dead. But oh, good God, I really do think that BB Clocks, they should. Good, if they throw this game, I might have some sort of cardiac arrest on stream. I'm not going to be able to handle it.
I'll give you a secret. This game's done. But,
okay.
Yeah, no, it's by far done. I mean, it's a 12k gold advantage in 20 minutes, right? Like, if you find a way to throw this, you honestly deserve to lose the game. But when it comes to that Graves build that you've mentioned again, a lot of you guys watching on the stream, it's like, well, he won. You know, he won the last game. He built that. He won the last game. He wasn't in a position, based on the Ivern from the last game, to be punished for it.
Yeah.
You know, now we have a J4, we have a damaged J4 nonetheless. He had winning solo lanes. He's going to be in your face, and he's going to be able to solo kill you. And now he's being punished for it. You don't have that Black Cleaver. You don't have the extra HP. You don't have that bit of armor shred. He's going to hurt, and you're not going to be able to deal with it. And King is playing really well on this J4.
He very much is, and you might see a Guardian Angel with that Chain Vest being built if he does decide to go for more of that heavy AD that he's bringing out there, and it's, you know, making a big difference. They're picking off people with this J4. You know, I think J4 is probably the cause of 3, if not all 4, of the Graves' deaths, and there's another hook by Thereby also getting condemned against the wall, and there comes the percentage health damage from that Vayne. Zolkin picking up a kill on a Furry Laser, and Swindles is going to be popped, and Nevin Johnson is on the front lines. He's going to get that Resurrect. Redemption is able to buy Wrangle some health, but not enough, and Licensed Rider is godlike. Zolkin going on the front lines as well, and Grokmir the Bold is the only one left alive, but not for long, and that's going to be an ace for BB Clocks, and more than likely, the game.
I don't think it'll quite be the game yet. They gotta bring that minion wave in, but I hope they just FF'd, so...
Yep, that's the game.
On that one, but yikes, Caster Curse Part 2.
Oh yeah, it's real, it exists, honest to God.
I thought that all the LCS people were memeing me.
Oh no, not it's a real thing. God forbid you say anything out loud. It's almost like the universe hears and acts accordingly. So that is going to be a very good game 2 by BB Clocks, definitely smacking the Mateos right back from that game 1, and so very nice to see that they were able to pick up that game, and now it's going to be a game 3.
2-1. I called it at the beginning.
Okay, if you call 2-1, good, you will be the prophet of the SFL. If you're able to call that 2-1, and
the prophet.
Oh yeah,
I can't be Crumbs.
Oh, that's right. You couldn't dare compare yourself to Crumbs. And nobody compare.
If I can do all of next week, we're gonna change my stream icon to Crumbs and a wizard hat.
Oh my God, that is something that I'd absolutely love to see. Hopefully, for the sake of that alone, I hope this happens. But Otherwise, taking a quick look at the damage charts, no surprise that the solo laners with BB clocks were dealing a huge amount of damage. And again, I don't think the Vayne pick really, it was pretty negligible and doing pretty much the same damage as a Blitzcrank, and Graves doing even less.
The Vayne pick was almost like a security plan, right? If that doesn't go according to how they wanted it to, and they just go even, that's where the Vayne's supposed to come in. But the solo laners and the jungle for BBC just hard carried the game for them.
Absolutely, and it's that top side of the map that matters a lot of the time, and we'll see if, what lane decides to get priority in this Game 3, but otherwise we'll take another quick intermission, and we'll try to get back into Game 3 as soon as we can. I'll get this lobby started up and see how all the players are feeling, but otherwise, don't go anywhere if you're still watching. All right, and here we go for one of the more exciting series that I'd like to see. So we get to Game 3 of the Mateos versus BB Clocks, and do me a favor, Papa, talk for a little bit while I switch the sides here, because I had forgotten to during the little intermission.
All right, sounds good. So if you're BBC, I think you just want to ban pretty much the same things you have been banning. If you're Mateos, I think you want to try to go for that game 1 kind of calm, scale to that late game. Try to understand what the other team's trying to do when it comes to jungle priority and bot pressure or lane pressure. I think Verbal Clorox really got abused that last game when he wasn't allowed to essentially do whatever he wants. So we'll have to see what happens. And I like the Cho'Gath ban coming from BBC coming in. We see Zoe, Rengar, and Cho'Gath. Last time, linear. Those are the 3 of the big champions that you want to ban away from them if you want them to be on something uncomfortable. Next would be a Sylas, but coming from Mateos, you see the Victor that popped off last game. You see Kha'Zix, which hasn't changed any, and the Lucian ban. Ezreal picked up for BBC, so it's going to be a little harder for Mateos to kind of run that game 1 comp back. And we see Zinzao locked in first for Mateos, going away from the Graves. And we'll see what they pick next. Looks like they're having a Caitlyn, which will allow them that safety and that scaling option.
Yeah, I much like the Caitlyn more than the Vayne, absolutely. So it's going to allow them to have that range advantage. We'll see if it's coupled along with something like a Zyre or some sort of long-range mage to see if they can poke the Ezreal out of lane, maybe even force him to go teleport if Zolkin actually finds it to be appropriate. And otherwise, we're actually going to see Verbal Clorox doesn't have the Graves this time around, but instead he has the Xin Zhao, while King Elmo's on the other side is picking that Jarvan yet again.
Oh yeah, that Jarvan really popped off. Not going to be able to abuse as much early as you can on a Graves. Zinzao being a pretty strong early game champion, so we'll have to see how he mixes it up, and depending on what his lanes decide to do, see what happens.
Yeah, and there's yet another thereby also Blitzcrank, which is something that I think you can actually synergize a little bit more with this Ezreal. Allows them to get very close. You can almost guarantee your skill shots if you're able to get that Essence Flux with whatever you decide to proc it off of. And again, we'll see the differences in itemization. We'll see what this Ezreal decides to go this time around. And we're actually seeing a Malphite hover, and it looks like it's going to get locked in for that top lane.
Very interesting. This is going to be a complete 180 from their first comp that they had success on, with them trying to peel back. They're the ones going to be looking for the hard engage at this point.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can actually pull that off and maybe turn the tides of what they're usually used to. And we'll see what the second phase of banning brings along. And no surprise, we're going to see some mid lane priority in the second ban phase.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially with the champions already picked, top lane can wait. If you're the BBC team, Oven Johnson, I think, is a much stronger top laner than Furry Laser, and he just kind of wants to see what he picks and counter it and bully it as much as he can.
Yeah, I also like seeing the Morgana ban, knowing that you have this Blitzcrank and you don't want to, because again, it just so very easily negates a lot of those picks that they very well could have had, because he's landing them, but the Black Shield's there, it's not going to do too much for you. You had Licenses right the first time around, popping it with the victory damage, but we're going to see a Zillion picked up maybe for Rengel, I keep wanting to say Rengar, Rengel's support. So that'll be interesting to see how it goes along. You know, you will have that bombs for poke, and
yes, here we go. Sylas.
Oh man.
This is
as
much comfort taking away from the mid laner of Mateos as you possibly can. You've banned the Zoe, you've banned the Lissandra, you've taken away the Sylas. Those are like his 3 big mid laners, and you've essentially denied them. Now we're going to have to see what he wants to play into it, or if that Zillion is a flex to the bot lane.
It looks like it is good.
Take it.
Yeah, no, it's going to be that Zillion mid lane, and we're going to see a Thresh actually picked up for Rengel. See if they can get that Caitlyn Thresh versus the Ezreal Blitzcrank, so 2 hook champions down there in the bot lane. And otherwise, we're going to see a Vladimir from Oven Johnson up in the top lane, so 2 very scary ability power threats in the solo lanes. And you will have that utility mid laner for the Mateos, and if they're able to utilize that revive, especially on the Xin Zhao, if he's just in the middle of 5 people and is actually able to, you know, kill someone, if you're able to get that revive off, it can definitely turn the tides of a fight. Even giving them that speed boost, you know, it could definitely benefit them.
And the really nice thing is, I like the Sylas pick, particularly in this comp, because you have so many good ults that steal away from that Mateos team. You have Malphite ult, you have Zillion ult. I mean, you essentially take the 2 things those champions are supposed to do. Like, those are their really the only thing that define them as a champion. Malphite, his R, and Zillion, his R, and you're putting that into your own hands.
Yeah, it's definitely something I like to see, even though the Sylas pick is still, a lot of people are trying to find their footing on it, but if there's any game to pick it, as you said, this is definitely it. You have so many good ults to take, and having 2 mages in these solo lanes is going to result in them being just very, very powerful if they're able to get their power spikes, and dealing with this Vladimir may be one of the Mateos, biggest priorities here. You're not going to have something, if he's able to sustain in these fights, it'll definitely be scary. You have so many threats from the side of BB Clocks, and King Elmos, who saw last game, was definitely able to perform in this Jarvan, definitely able to pump out that DPS. We see some Jarvans go the tankier build and, Knight's Vow and try to be like the nicer, more protective, I'm going to front line for my carries type deal, but no, this guy doesn't give a damn about that. When he goes that damage, he goes for that heavy, aggressive plays. We saw he was playing in Verbal Clorox's jungle so many times, trying to look for those skirmishes, and usually ending up being the victor of most of them. So maybe if we see Zillion going around to Xin Zhao this time around, maybe have more of a bit of mid and jungle synergy. That'd be nice to see. But I'm interested to see bot lane, because I think that it's, out of all 3 games so far, I think this one's going to be a little bit more of a fiesta down there.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, both hooking champions, both long range farm up 80 carries. I just want this to happen one time though. I want Sylas, I want License to Surrender to have Malphite ult, and there's just a showdown in mid, and they both are at the same time.
I think that might actually, we might actually see, like, at the perfect timing, we might see, like, 2 4-man Malphite ults simultaneously. And that's just going to, I don't know how I'm going to play-by-play that.
I don't care who wins at that point. Like, I've predicted 2-1 BBC. Based on the comps, I'm going to keep that in mind. I think, comp-wise, BBC has a stronger comp. But that doesn't mean Mateos don't have the tools to do that. Like, Sylas is going to take the Malphite ult or the Zillion ult. He can't have both.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's going to be playing a huge factor into it. But just base comp-wise, I think BBC has a slight edge. And especially Game 3 is important, or Game 2 is important to Game 3 because of who has the momentum, who has the mentality. BBC's playing with subs. They won Game 2 handedly. They have the upswing. Mateos, on the other hand, got absolutely dumpstered Game 2, are a new team, and are essentially playing with 3 subs.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest factors of this game, and it was something that you had mentioned earlier on in Champ Select, is that a lot of the members of the Mateos are not on champions that they are comfortable on. And I think BB Clocks did a good job in playing this draft well, and not only taking away their picks, but if there was something left open, they take it away. And we saw Furry Laser, only thing he wanted to lean towards was that Cho'Gath. Having that taken away, you see some top players like that where it's like, what other tank am I going to play? And then on the other side, you have someone like Oven Johnson, who, as we saw in last game on the Aatrox, is just loving to push you in and get as much harass and damage off on you as possible. And if he is able to get a lane like he did last game, where he was nearly doubling the CS of his laner on something like a Vladimir, that's going to be a very, very scary threat for the Mateos to have to deal with.
Oh, and I've mentioned it more than just that draft phase. Say it with me. 3, 2, 1, linear. Come on. But no, the interesting thing is when it comes to Malphite is that he can actually pressure Vladimir fairly decently once he hits 6. Even straight tank Malphite does a boatload of damage on 6 if he's able to Q poke you.
Oh, yeah.
On the flip side, though, Vladimir does have the built-in sustain, so it's going to be a little harder for him to do, but it is very doable. Even more so than I think since he's been playing Cho'Gath the last few games. I think it's even more doable with the Malphite. But again, Vladimir, the built-in sustain, it'll make it a little harder, but we'll have to see what he can do.
Yeah, I'm also excited, as no surprise, seeing thereby also yet again on Blitzcrank. We saw a fantastic performance from him last game on it, and again, as you had mentioned during the game, that there was a lot of roams to the mid lane. I think Impact was definitely feeling the pressure of that, not even getting ganked by the jungler, but if you're, the mobility boots support is, constantly coming to your lane and Flash knocking you out with every opportunity he gets, and on top of that, even if he was able to get away with Flash, we saw Jarvan coming in out of nowhere. Flag, drag, Cataclysm was all he really needed, and getting that victor so far ahead. We might see the same thing happening with Sylas.
And kind of flipping back to the mental aspect that I mentioned, yes, BBC should have the mental upswing, but coming off such a stomp of a win. But the thing is, at the same time, is the pressure is super on for them, right? Mateos, this is their debut games. You know, they're not hard set into the league yet. They're playing with a lot of subs or people in off roles. They can lose this and be happy with taking that first game, and then just look forward to the upcoming weeks. BBC though is playing Silas. They are or have been considered one of the top teams in the league for the last several weeks. If they drop to the new team, I mean, the pressure is on for them. The pressure is super on for them, and I think that's going to have a factor as well for that mental aspect.
Yeah, very much so. We're seeing a lot of pings go down from both sides, and we'll see if there's any sort of invade going down. As you said, both of them do have hook champions, are maybe going to look for a little bit of a 5-man invade. We see Zillion going up to that top side, see if we can get that vision top side of that river, and otherwise from the side of BB Clocks, they're just going to set up a typical line of scrimmage while the rest of the members of Mateos stack, and might see a little bit of an invade going down. There's no vision of it yet. They do have Ezreal there, and they're not quite sure if they want to go for it just yet. Maybe waiting for the Zillion, but I think we'll get spotted out by that Jarvan, and again, both pings are going to go down, letting both teams know where everybody's at, or at least to the best of their knowledge. So, going to opt out of it, not going to go for anything cheesy with this Thresh, and nor are they going to do so with the Blitzcrank.
Alright, it's your turn. I have to AFK for like a minute.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, dude, you're all good.
You get to talk.
You let me know when you're back, and I'll do my best. Sounds good. Alright, so otherwise we're not seeing too much exciting. We're going to see pretty typical slow laning. I can imagine that Oven Johnson is, again, I think both BB Clocks' solo laners are ones who play a lot more aggressive against their laners and try to do their best to bully them out of lane and just show lots of aggression forward play, and hopefully that Furry Laser is able to, you know, farm up safe as he can. He does have the comment on the Malphite, will be able to apply a little bit of poke to that Vladimir, but I think he's going to sustain pretty well otherwise. We did see that Blitzcrank did try to go for that pull in the blue, see if he can try to mess up Verbal Clorox there, but Zen maybe spotting it out, whether they anticipate it or not, is just going to start on that red side, and Licensed Rider already at level 1, trying to go very aggressive and applying so much pressure with this Silas already, and picking up a good amount of farm, but Xin Zhao already level 2, seeing if you can find that gank in the mid lane. Not quite going to find it. Otherwise, there's a very aggressive positioning. Level 2 is actually going to get obtained by Licensed Rider. Isn't quite going to find that pull knockback, whatever skill you want to be able to call that. Not going to find it, but definitely think Impact already is starting to sweat a little bit as Licensed Rider is maybe showing some experience. And here comes King Element, or Jarvan, rather, getting that flag and drag off into the Caitlyn, forcing that flash down there in the bot lane, so a very good advantage for them to have, especially having that Blitzcrank as well, thereby also not able to find the hook that he wanted, but nonetheless, they're able to make something come of it, so thereby also still not hitting level 2, and Zolkin having that little bit of an XP lead versus the enemy bot lane.
Alright, I am back.
Welcome back. How's it going?
Alright, it's going. I kind of caught that J4 gank there at the tail end of it, so looks like I didn't miss too terribly much. Everything looks pretty standard. So
yeah, we're seeing each jungler though is deciding to go for each other's blue buffs. There's going to be a little bit of a swappage there, and Verbal Clorox still level 2, but he's going to see if he can find Oven Johnson here. He's going to get pinged out and spotted by that ward, but having that red buff might be enough. We see the slow trying to come out from Furry Laser with a pool. It's going to keep him safe enough. Not going to get that third auto from the Xin Zhao for the knockup, and Oven Johnson getting that last Q is going to be able to heal up, so still a little bit more than half health, and Common is going to be able to poke him just a little bit, but not enough to make a difference. Otherwise, we're seeing actually Silas maybe spotting out Zen, and Ezreal on the bot side of the map was able to get the first blood while the camera is watching the Silas, who's trying to pick up Verbal Clorox. He uses his flash and getting nothing more than a slow out of it, but otherwise, for the side of BB Clocks down there on the bot side, they do get that kill off on the Caitlyn, taking advantage of not having flash, also having to burn her heal as well. I guess I probably would have seen it if I was on direct to camera. I accidentally had it on Zen, and yet again in the mid lane, we're going to see King Elmills applying a lot of pressure on Impact, but no sums are going to be burned. Gets that slow off, and damage comes out from that Jarvan, but not enough to push him out of lane. Still has the Corrupting Potion as well, and going to be working towards those minion dematerializers to help him clear versus Silas.
Yeah, all things considered, though, in a very different sense, this is looking very familiar to the first game, or the second game.
Yeah, stun is going to land up by the Zillion. A lot of damage coming out from the Zen. That is going to be a kill on the Licensed Rider, so each team having a kill right now, and about a 600 gold lead, though, in the favor of BB Clocks, and is going to try to push out the lane with the Zillion here, and Silas did have a little bit of a CS lead before that. Looks like they're going to try to recover that a little bit, and Clorox is able to pick up level 4 off of helping his mid laner pushing that wave.
Yeah, that's the best thing you could hope for the Sensao. He doesn't have a lot of strong lanes to gank, really. I mean, they're all very dependent on hitting their skill shots to have gank assists for him. So I feel like he's gonna have a rough time finding things to gank, and that's all power to BBC's drafting. But he's gonna have a tough time finding people to go to. So I'm very glad he got that first good gank off, and he's gonna have to do it a couple more times to really have the impact Zenzel's supposed to have on a game.
You do see they're trying to clear out that pink ward, and here's Zinjao, though, gets lanterned in, and thereby also maybe not expecting the jungler is there. Flashes away, but the slow from the Zen is going to allow Grokmir to pick up that kill. Able to get a little bit of a return kill for his early death, and something I wanted to mention that was actually kind of nice to see, even though thereby also did die, a little bit of a 3v2 situation in the bot lane, but they were expecting to go a little bit more aggressive and to land these poles and get 2v2 skirmishes back and forth, because Ezreal did pick up that Sheen early. It's a lot more damage than picking up that tier, so it delays the stacking of that tier that may have to wait until about 8 minutes or 9 minutes depending on when you do want to recall at that 850 gold that you need. But I think it's definitely worth delaying the stacks for that early damage, especially if you do have something like this Blitzcrank, something that can make these plays happen early on. It can be the difference of getting a kill and not getting a kill.
Yeah. So it's no joke to anybody, or everybody knows you're the Ezreal master. Who on all the starting rosters do you enjoy seeing Ezreal play?
Mick Trump. 100%. Every time I see Mick Trump play Ezreal, the only thing I hate is how aggressive he goes. And speaking of aggression, we see King Elmos landing the Flying Dragon, a Furry Laser. Just a little too not able to have enough resources to pop his ult there, but a flash to kind of move around the turret there is allowing him to stay alive, but with no health or mana, just not able to do anything. But King Lamills, I should say, is just going to go back down, and Verbal Clorox is here in the mid lane and turns to go to his jungle and jukes out Licenseless a little bit, but the dash is going to leave him to be a little bit safe, but here comes thereby also getting caught out. Good play by Rengel on a Lantern to bring in Zen closer. Lands a death sentence as well, and here comes a Zillion Bomb, maybe enough to finish that off. Caitlyn Q isn't quite going to land, but an auto definitely will, and Impact picking up his first kill of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Mateos is adjusting to what they need to do to help get the Zenzel in some of these fights and apply some of the pressure,
Oh man, beautiful death sentence landing by this Thresh, and canceling that Flag and Drag is just going to leave him so very low. Caitlyn Q is going to land, though. Second kill of the game for Grokmir the Bold. Picking up that kill, only needing that pickaxe to get that damage for that last Q on the Jarvan.
Yeah, so I'm all for the down with BBC, but I predicted, so I'm hurting on both ends of this.
Yeah, no, they're definitely starting to get their footing a little bit. Mateos is, and starting to pick up this first dragon. Having that Cloud Dragon is definitely going to benefit you. Having some of the champions like the Thresh will benefit from getting that movement speed, positioning around, and landing those skill shots. And Licensed Rider going back and forth with Impact here, not taking a lot of damage from the Zillion. Only working on his Catalyst right now, having the Ruby Crystal and Mana Crystal as well, but compared to the Silas that we're actually seeing a longsword on?
Gunblade. Or, yeah, he can go Gunblade.
Okay.
Yeah, he's kind of like a Calling in the sense he has very strong auto attacks. So, because I don't know how much you know about Silas, but when he hits an ability, he has an AoE auto that does magic damage.
Okay.
So he is one of those champions that can build Witchbane, but Gunblade's not the worst thing on him either, and it provides you that little bit of burst and sustain.
Yeah,
that's what I'm guessing he's doing. I'm not a mid-lane master.
No, I definitely think that's the route he's going to go. I think with the Dark Seal picked up as well, I think that he is going to go for more of that AP, but as you said, having that extra healing off of his abilities, and I think anybody that has played with or against a Silas is no stranger to seeing how much a Silas heals with that W, so having even more sustain from that is going to be pretty massive, and when it comes to the sustain of these prolonged team fights, if they even happen at all. And meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, though, Sheen and Tyr is finished for the Ezreal, and it's pretty even in the bot lane so far. A little bit of a CS lead, and yet another death sentence lands from Rengel, and Flay does as well, but not quite going to find anything. But Hook from the Blitzcrank is going to find something, but Zulkin landed on the trap, and I could have sworn I saw the Caitlyn auto, but I didn't see any damage. Am I seeing that right?
I didn't see really too much of anything either. Maybe he had auto dominion, maybe he had a headshot proc ready and auto dominion on accident. I'm not sure.
That's a possibility. And meanwhile, we see Cloris going very aggressive on Licensed Rider, and that's going to be him going down almost effortlessly. And having that fleet footwork is going to give you enough healing even with your W to survive. Xin Zhao and Zillion walking into your lane, and yet another death sentence. The box is going to land and get that slowdown onto the Blitzcrank, and a good Caitlyn trap is going to get a headshot off, and that's going to be a kill over to Rengel. Meanwhile, Zulkin not quite going to get hit by that death sentence, maybe trying to predict that arcane shift. Definitely would have been Pog or two if he was able to land that, but otherwise it's 6-1 in favor of the Mateos.
Yeah, this Silas is not working out. Silas is one of the champions that if he gets ahead early, he's going to steamroll the game. He's like a Kane, he's like an Akali, he's like any other assassin. If they get ahead, they're going to go on the side lane, they're going to one-shot anybody who shows up, and he's down 0-2. So, I'm getting pretty nervous for the BBC roster here. Starting to go into the mid-game portion of this. They definitely don't have mid-game champions on their side, so...
Yeah, and Zen, just so much damage coming out from this guy. Even only having that Merc Treads, not only just having the 2 longswords, not even a warrior or anything. We saw how much damage he's able to deal there to the Silas. Being 2-0-3 so far, he's nearly 100% kill participation, is so very close to. And otherwise, we're seeing yet again, Furry Laser is being bullied out of this lane. 50 CS to Oven Johnson's 86, so a massive CS lead there for the Vladimir up in the top lane. And it's definitely, for the rest of the map to see that. If you see a Vladimir getting ahead, you're kind of just holding the sides of your head, and you're just like, oh god, how am I going to deal with this?
Yeah, when it comes to the Xin Zhao, at least in this game, it's not so much that he's doing a lot of the work, it's that he's right place, right time.
Yep.
If you noticed, when his team is grouped up fighting or they're going to land a hook on bot lane, he's there. He's there when Zillion's hitting his bombs. Well, right here, he's right place, right time.
Right place, right time. Licensed Rider always wanting to go aggressive on impact. Going to get stunned up by that Zillion double bomb, and team's going to leave it for him. So... again, second kill for the Zillion. Does have the Rod of Ages finish, as you said, so going to have a little bit of health survivability as well as a good mana pool to be able to just consistently clear these waves. But you see Thresh and Caitlyn both are on the top side, and Oven Johnson does have the help of King L. Mills there with the Jarvan, but they're starting up that Rift Herald.
But like I was saying too, like early on, he doesn't have a lot of lanes that he's able to gank, but if they're already fighting, he is one of those champions that can come in and clean up for sure, and that's what he's been doing.
Yeah, I'm very glad, though, with the lead that the Mateos have been able to establish. Not only did they pick up that early Dragon, but picking up that early Rift Herald is so fantastic to see. So, doing a good job focusing those neutral objectives, and it'll be nice to see. It's 12:30 right now, and they got about a minute and a half to be able to use that Rift Herald and see if they can pick up some turret platings with it, while Dragon's coming up in about 15.
I think if you're going to use it, though, you're going to use it in the mid lane, because Silas has decent clear, but when there's a Xin Zhao and a Zillion, you're not going to walk up to hit those minions and try to deny it. So I think that's where they should try and drop it. Oven Johnson's just going to clear everything away pretty quickly, and you can't really dive him, and he's super far ahead. So I think his best option is mid lane. He could go to the bot lane, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, Zen trying to find another kill in the Licensed Rider, but here comes the Jarvan. Good counter gank, but it's going to be a Cataclysm down onto the Xin Zhao, who's actually reviving. Not Zillion ult, and Silas has a Zillion ult of his own, but not going to get low enough to revive off it. Doesn't matter, though. It's going to be a shutdown for the Jarvan, and Silas looking for more. So much healing coming out. Insane. Does have that Hextech Revolver finish. Doesn't even have the Cutlass or even the full Hextech Gunblade to amplify that healing, so just that alone is just insane to watch.
And he's one of the Gunblade champions that he's the opposite of the rest of them, that he would rather have the Gunblade over the Cutlass.
Yeah, thereby also was able to find yet another hook, and it's going to result in Rengel having to burn his flash there. And they're doing pretty well on that bot side of the map, but Zulkin definitely isn't behind by any stretch of the means. Does have a CS lead and does have the Mana Immune finish. Not going for the Iceborne, so he's not too afraid of that Caitlyn damage that's being put out, or even the Xin Zhao damage. It would benefit him to have armor versus that, but going for a little bit more of an aggressive build, trying to see if he can capitalize off these Blitzcrank hooks that thereby also is landing a good amount of. And no turret planes to take now, but maybe first tower on this bot side.
Yeah, definitely a contingency prize, or just a little bonus to try and help keep BBC in this game, because they're trying to do what Mateos did in the first. They are trying to stall for as long as humanly possible and try and keep it as even as they can. So that's definitely a good start to try and keep that up, but I mean, no Herald comes out yet, and the first tower goes to BBC.
Yeah, it definitely is a good point to mention, though, that even though they were able to obtain Rift Herald, which is all, it should guarantee you first tower, but they weren't able to utilize it in time, and right now they're able to pop it in the mid lane, but you already lose out on that first tower gold, and meanwhile, while the Rift Herald's mid, they're going to see if they can get that Infernal Dragon at the same time.
Plus, it's past 14 minutes, you're not getting the plate gold from that, so it's definitely delayed Herald for sure. It doesn't even look like they're going to pick up the mid-tower with it, so even worse of a Herald play that I think they should have tried to use earlier. Or, I mean, I'm sure his plan was to kill Licensed Rider on the Silas and then drop it mid, but King of Mills is playing really well on the J4, and comes in and stops that play.
Yeah, they were able to get a good amount of damage off on that mid lane turret, but here's Oven Johnson at top side with this Vladimir shoving out this Malphite yet again and taking a turret of his own. But with the amount of damage taken on that mid lane turret, you know, they do have the Zillion wave clear. I think if they're actually in the opportunity where they can walk up to the tower and siege with this Caitlyn, having that range, I think it'll actually be, you know, pretty easily taken, but thereby also taking something pretty easily of his own, picking up that hook onto the Thresh, and does have the Zillion revive, but Ezreal, instead of leaving him alone, does lay that last auto, does get the revive off, and here comes the Cataclysm, but Verbal Clorox does so much damage, and there's a death sentence. Rengel is so good on this Thresh. Shut down for Grokmir the Bold on this Caitlyn. That's going to be their opportunity that they did need. See if they can get this mid lane, but here are the soul lanes of BB Clocks. Oven Johnson is here, and the two-man ult, and here's Silas as well. Definitely going to be Rengel falling, but is Zen going to be able to fight this way out? Absolutely not. Silas having a Xin Zhao ult of his own, and managing to pick up Verbal Clorox for the side of BB Clocks.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Rengel, the one-trick Rengar jungle player, he's showing thereby also he's not the only one that can play a champion with a hook, so it's really exciting to see these two supports go at it.
Yeah, I think both these guys on their hook champions, you know, I've never seen much of Rengel at all. I've definitely watched a lot more play from thereby also, but both of them are definitely performing, definitely putting their teams in positions to constantly make plays and make picks, and it's just absolutely incredible. But we do need to keep in mind that even though all this has been going on, they're, you know, about 13 kills in this game, and in fact, not quite going to see the Vladimir there, not going to get the cancel. Maybe clear that pink ward there, but, you know, even though there is 13 kills in the game, we haven't seen Malphite in a single one.
Yeah, we haven't seen Malphite in a single one, and the gold lead's about 1.6k, 1.9k in favor of BBC, and a lot of that's due to standing tower gold. So once Mateos find that option to get some towers, it's gonna look scary if BBC are able to do what Mateos did game one and hold out.
Here's yet another Blitzcrank hook that is landing on the Verbal Clorox, but yet another Zillion revive is gonna keep him in safety. But maybe another Blitz hook coming out, but maybe not the cooldown. Haven't been up just yet, and True Shot Barrage is going to be pretty negligible. Nothing really happens off of it, and it's going to be an important cooldown as we start to maybe see a 5v5 team fight. We do have Malphite here, but Silas took the Malphite ult, and Vladimir's up in the top side.
Yeah, important cooldown for sure, but it's not on the longest cooldown in the world. I mean, it's already almost halfway up, back up, so nothing too lost there. We'll just have to... But BBC is just in such a weird spot. They have the utilities to make these early aggressive plays with the J4, the Silas, the Blitzcrank, but at the same time they're trying to stall out, and they're not finding those... They found the towers, but they're not finding the rest of the picks to break this mid down to start breaking down the tier 2s. So they're, like I said, several times they just had to stall and hope Mateos to start picking up some towers.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course I'll never decline the opportunity to talk about Ezreal any chance I get, and this time around we're seeing Zolkin on it. Did offer Lucidity Boots. I can't really see his rune, so I'm not sure if he's going to have that Transcendence. If he does go to that second tier item, he would be overcapping on CDR. Could give him a little bit of stats, but typically when I see a Lucidity Boots, it's going to result in him being dead, and it was a good death sentence that was able to land, and there's the Silas Malphite ult. Clorox is able to pick up the kill on the Zolkin, but Malphite has an ult of his own taken away from Silas, and Grokmir the Bold is on a rampage, getting that kill on the Silas. 1-4 right now, not doing so well compared to his Victor, and thereby also yet another hook does land. Turret shot is going to be tanked up by the Xin Zhao, but nothing's really going to come of it. And right now it's 5-4, or excuse me, 5-3, as they try to walk up and see if they can get this mid lane tower that Rift Herald hit so long ago.
Yeah, I don't necessarily mind the Lucidity Boots this game. Just because there's so much backline disrupt for BBC that him just throwing spells around as often as possible is really good. Like, that time he was just out of position, right? So if he plays the more conservative way and wait for his team to start disrupting that backline, then yeah, he's gonna get the free shots, and having that cooldown is gonna help a lot. But it's just gonna he just can't be in that position.
Yeah, I do think, you know, it's certainly not bad, but typically when I do see the Lucidity Boots, it does tell me that you may see a more attack damage Ezreal like we saw in one of the previous games, and we're actually going to see him. He does finish off that second tier. He does have the Mirror Mana completed from his first tier, so we are actually going to see that Seraph's Embrace come out of him, and like I said, it's overcapping of that CDR, and if you are going that Hybrid Pen Ezreal, I do think that the Magic Pen that you could pick up does make a massive difference, and even if you're spamming your True Shot Barrage and you're just looking to, like, maybe find one person, it'll take out half their health if you do have that, you know, extra damage.
And that's what I was about to mention. Like, he's going to be overcapping soon. Ezreal just naturally builds max CDR, so it's not the most optimal thing. But for all we know, he might just be having it to hit the max right now. And...
Yep. But meanwhile, we see that the Mateos is actually, you know, sending 3 members of their team bot lane, and meanwhile they're picking up Baron for the side of BB Clocks. You know, no one's even seeing this right now, and finally Zilean is able to get the vision with those pink wards, and Fuzzy Lasers as well. And
second bomb.
Nope, BB Clocks were able to pick that up. I thought that Malphite ult was able to get it for a second, and he does have Flash to get away still, and Zolkin getting hit by that Zilean Bomb, and 2 of the members are going to recall. Zilean Bomb was on the Jarvan, but it's actually resulting in Zolkin flashing away. He's trying to get away from the members of the Mateos as fast as he can and avoid that last Zilean Q, and I think he's doing okay, though. He's able to get out of that, and they do have Baron and Powered Recall, so he can try to get out of that as fast as he can, but he's sticking around. I'm not too sure why. He's putting himself in such a dangerous situation. Here comes Thereby also being very far aggressive into the Zilean's face, and it is going to be a revive from him. That last turret shot is going to be enough to finish him off, and here's Caitlyn. Q comes in, and Verbal Clorox are going to pick up that kill on the Blitzcrank, and Zolkin is going to pick up the kill on the Impact. Here comes the Flag Dragon Cataclysm, finishes off the Xin Zhao, and Caitlyn flashing over the wall, trying to get what little autos that she can at the end of that team fight. Another flag drag. They are chasing down this Caitlyn. They're so very worried about getting this last kill, while Silas is on the bot side of the map, getting what towers he can. Rengel doing his best to be on a mission, trying to escape the members of BB Clocks, but Mystic Shot is going to land. That slow from the Iceborne Gauntlet might have been enough to get him in a position where the Ezreal could have finished him off, but so much of a fiesta goes on here. What we do see, though, it does end up in being in BB Clocks' favor, having a 5k gold lead, even though it's 7-12, 4 towers to 1, and they do pick up that Baron as they walk mid lane.
BBC's, it's looking like the end almost. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's over, but TMS, I always want to forget. I want to say TSM all the time.
Same, yeah.
It's looking dire. They have to find that fight, and they're not able to find it. This game just ends. Doesn't matter how late game your Caitlyn gets. If you don't find the fight, it doesn't. You know, the game ends. And that's what it's looking like right now.
Yeah, we did see a lot of pressure was being applied to that bot side by the Silas, and we didn't see a Hextech Gunblade go out. We actually don't see a Longsword at all anymore in any sort of items that Silas has. He does have the Hextech Proto Belt now, as well as the Blasting One and Ninja Tabi, so he does have a little bit of that defensive for the Xin Zhao that is, you know, has constantly shown that he is going for the Silas over and over, and this Malphite is almost getting Flame Horizoned.
Yeah, I'm confused by the Silas thing, because he did have the Gunblade and did have a Longsword at one point, so he had to have gone back and sold. Could have been just a misbuy. But one thing I was going to mention, because now that the Ezreal has exceeded CDR, what I wanted to mention earlier, but we got interrupted with so many fights, is I want him to sell the Lucidity Boots. He got the max CDR early on, to be able to spam spells, but now that he's exceeded max, I want to see him sell those for the pen boots.
It would be nice to see. I think the only reason why he would hold on to those, if he did have Transcendence, and it maybe gives you, I believe, like 13 AD or something pretty small like that, but I guess it's, you know, something that people may find valuable enough to take, and meanwhile we're seeing the rest of the members of BB Clocks now trying to push their advantage up in this top side of the map.
Yeah, BBC's just trying to split the map, have that that pressure, and even though Silas is behind, he still does, at this point now, he's at the point he does a lot of damage.
Oh, man. Malphite does go in, and Grokberry the Bull getting very low, but a true shot barrage coming out is going to be able to finish off that Kalen. Evan Johnson finishes off the support in the backline. Zony's Hourglass is going to be popped here while he tries to buy himself some time, and Zolkin very, very low, as well as King Mills, and thereby also is landing another hook, but the only person that's able to capitalize on that is the Vladimir, as well as the Jarvan. Meanwhile, Impact is trying to respond to Silas down in the bot lane, but he's getting so very low, and there's another knock of a pull right to him, and Slow isn't going to find himself, but he does get the Zillion ult on himself. Maybe trying to suicide him and get that revive. Does get the ace as well as healing up enough.
That's just unlucky, and that was what I was going to mention too, with them trying to apply as much pressure as they can, is that Silas may be behind, but he does steal the Zillion ult. He does do a lot more damage. His CC's not as hard to hit. Zillion does only have the 1 damage ability, so he should just naturally win that. And BBC are applying as much pressure as possible, and it looks like they're trying to close us out within the next Baron. So let's see if they can get it.
Yeah, Dragon is up right now, but Baron still has about 1:30, but gotta remember that both side lanes do have their inhibs exposed for the side of the Mateos, and Clorox smiting away that blue buff, and that might be a kill for him if he's able to get that off. The Xin Zhao from the Silas is able to keep him away, and thereby also is here just in the nick of time. See if he can find this pull, and he is going to find it. Jukes out his own Jarvan, and looks like this is going to be a kill. The Xin Zhao comes out, but here comes Caitlyn. A lot of damage coming out from her. Does have her Zeal item complete, and headshot is going to be just enough for Xin Zhao to finish off that kill, but a 3-man Vladimir is going to come out, and True Shot Barrage does land on the Thresh as well, and Pool is going to be on the rest of the members of this Mateos backline. They're doing so much damage. Zolkin is unstoppable. Play is able to hit on Evan Johnson, but 681 health he's going to heal. While meanwhile, Furry Laser finally comes in with a Malphite ult and gets that juicy shutdown gold. Meanwhile, Zolkin doing a good job to kite back the best he can. Arcane Shift, and Blitzcrank Hook is going to be found. Blitzcrank is very low, looking to probably get out of there, and Zolkin going very far aggressive with this Arcane Shift, trying to see if he can find the rest of the members of this Mateo squad. Does find that last Mystic Shot on the Rengel, and he's dominating, and knowing that there's not a lot of damage here coming out from either of these two solo laners. Just kidding, Flash, and that was definitely an SFL quality of play. Meanwhile, Impact is still alive and well, and that's going to be a double kill for Furry Laser, but here comes Silas. Such huge distance being covered by him. That's going to be Impact flashing away, but he's able to go to that Gromp, and boom, Luden's Echo Proc is going to take out Impact, and License Rider going across the wall, seeking to find the Malphite as well, but Caitlyn Xin Zhao not too far behind and going to respond to him, and good God, back and forth this game goes.
Yeah, this fight lasted so long that Silas came back into the fight, cleaned up another kill. Caitlyn and Xin Zhao die and almost come into the fight again.
Yeah, I'd pause after that too.
Yeah, I need to.
Yeah, no,
you need to catch your breath.
Yeah, no, dude. If I was Zolkin, I would just say, dude, my mouse disconnected. That would, man. Hold on. Is anyone else lagging like that? Oh, I don't know what's happening. Man, massive packet loss, but otherwise, again, I saw what he wanted to do. I think he's in this position right now, being 7-3 on this Ezreal, and yeah. If they think they're behind, they're absolutely not. Obviously, you can take a look at the gold, but maybe even being behind, he's kind of stressing himself out. He sees that the game and the fights can easily be thrown, and maybe a little bit of pressure is being put onto him. He says, I need to make these plays. I need to find these picks, and he is able to find one on the Rengel, but for what cost? He not only gets down there into the two faces of both the Malphite and the Zillion, but burning both of his flash and heal, so both summoner spells for 1 kill under the support. But it is going to result in BB Clock still maybe able to pick up this Cloud Dragon, depending on if Xin Zhao is able to respond in time.
Oh man, yeah, that was a fiesta of all fiestas. I mean, that was essentially a 7-on-7, you know, with other people reviving, coming back into the fight, or almost rejoining the fight. That was messy.
Yeah, it really was, but
I feel sorry for you. You have to do that in this whole series, and then you go straight into casting my team.
Hell yeah, dude. I trust your team's macro, though. It's not going to be as much of a fiesta, or at least I pray to God. So
I mean, they're playing Line 0, so that's another one of those top teams.
Yeah, no, it's going to be awesome, or really exciting to see. I'm glad that I have the pleasure of casting 2 really good teams like that, so hopefully that series is just as exciting as this one. I don't want to see it. It's never fun seeing 2-0 stomps or anything like that. I always love seeing this game 3, because once you do get to this game 3, it is about mental fortitude. It's about who's able to, you know, concentrate on this game, and, you know, the first 2 games don't matter in a best of 3. It's that game 3. No one's going to remember your game 1 or 2. No one cares about that. It's how you finish it.
Oh yeah, for sure. And since I'm not going to be the one casting because I am coaching, I'm going to make my prediction now.
Okay, awesome.
Wasted potential.
No, okay, yeah, no, I could definitely see that.
Who's surprised?
Yeah, no. You know, there's a lot of good individual players on both teams, and again, wasted potential. All the members that are on there, and some of my favorites like Angel, that are just absolute. Like when we're talking about like really good supports like Thereby, also I think Angel is definitely in the honorable mentions of people that should be mentioned when it comes to SFL supports.
You know who was starting top laner for Lane 0 today, right?
I do not know.
Sub.
Oh, actually, no. Yeah, I thought you said wasted potential. Yeah, no. There is a little bit of a. Yeah. No, there is a. I think you said that right, but my mind is just absolutely flustered after this 4-hour stream that has been going on for so very long. But yeah, no, there is a little bit of a roster swap there. We are going to see Sub up in the top lane, and Tuller is actually going to be in the mid lane. So it'll be interesting to see how they actually, especially versus a team that is a bit more choreographed like Wasted Potential. It'll be nice to see how that can play out, and it'll be a really interesting series nonetheless.
I'm not there. But it looks like we are back into it, so I think BBC, like I said, they're going to try for this Baron dance and close it out here in the next couple minutes. At least that's what they're hoping, but
I think it's what we're all hoping at this point. You know, I hope that this game isn't brought out any longer than it really needs to be. We're seeing that Vision is being cleared out by the side of BB Clocks, and the Mateos is aware that, you know, with this Baron up, there is an opportunity for both teams to take it, and Silas is down there in the bot lane, has Ignite. There's no teleport for the BB Clocks mid lane. There's Thereby also picking up a hook onto that Thresh, and Malphite's going to try to respond the best he can. Revive from the Zillion is coming out, and that's going to be a very aggressive Vladimir play, taking out that Caitlyn Oven Johnson. Terrifying, popping that Zodi's Hourglass, but he is going to go down that Zillion Bomb, but Zulkin is still alive, looking for more. Does manage to find that Mystic Shot, but Licensed Rider on that bottom side of the map is going to try to crack open that bot lane inhib.
Oh, he's going to.
And otherwise, we are seeing Licensed Rider is maybe going to get picked off by Furry Laser. Slow's going to land, but so much healing coming out from that Silas. Nobody wants to deal with him. Now is that Oblivion Orb finish. He's just getting so much more health and survivability. And BB Clocks, yet again, are going to try to finish off this Baron.
Yeah, looks like they're going to try to close it.
Yeah, Zillion Teleport does come in. He is on the side with the double bomb. Does land on the Jarvan. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out. But speaking of a lot of damage, Zulkin blowing up Impact, not even having the opportunity to ult. Didn't have the cooldown up just yet, but oh my goodness, so much damage, and here's even more damage. Watch this Thresh get absolutely blown up by the level 16 Silas. Maybe not, he's actually not dealing as much damage as I had maybe thought. He is able to heal and sustain with a little bit, with that Redemption active. Not quite going to find it. The Ignite is ticking on him, but he survives, and now he's having to face off against Furry Laser. But Malphite is going to be able to hold him off, but Silas is thirsty, and here he is, not finding the Malphite. Unstoppable Force is going to send him pretty close to him, but it's going to get that heal off a little bit, and that's going to be yet another kill. And Malphite coming in, and that's going to be BB Clock securing that Baron. True Shot Barrage is coming out, and that's going to be a definitely one fight for BB Clocks. The only member left alive is this Caitlyn. Zillion's going to be up, but it's going to be hard to see how they manage a wave clear versus Baroned up BB Clocks, and this might be the game.
Oh yeah, this is definitely it. Don't want. Man. I think all things is pretty glad, and I think TM.
You might have to repeat that. I'm not sure if it's my connection or not, but you're cutting out a little bit. Papa?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good.
Major leg spike.
Oh yeah, you're good, you're good.
TSM, or TMS, is going to be pretty happy with how they played overall. Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
I don't think too much more to say. Be just in standard. Let's finish this game.
Yeah, they held their head above water for as long as they could, and definitely put up the good fight. And Wrangle doing a good job to land yet another death sentence on the Oven Johnson, but a lot of damage coming out from that Essence Flux. The Ezreal does have a Ceres Embrace finished, and as well as the Hextech Gunblade. We're going to see that Hyperpen Ezreal this time around, and Wrangle going very far deep, and Licensed Rider going to just respond to that with a stopwatch of his own, and Furry Laser. Malphite ulting in there, and Zillion is, reviving. Double Bomb is going to land, but it's not really going to do too much for you. Thereby also picking up a kill, and Shutdown going over to Furry Laser is going to give you a little bit of hope, but not enough to win the game. Mystic Shot goes a little bit wide, and that actually might result in him dying. Does have the shield that comes out from the Seraph's Embrace, and oh my god, Zulkin, you're an absolute ape. But it doesn't matter. Your team is trying to finish off the game, and King L Mills does block the Caitlyn ult for thereby also, and they have super minions flooding in on the bot side. They got the second inhib, and they got the Baron. It looks like it's going to be game 4 of BB Clocks. Game 3 after this 4-hour long stream. They finally pick up this win, unless Caitlyn pulls off this amazing 1v3 play, and yeah, no, thereby also going to take that Blitzcrank ult, pick up that last kill, his 4th kill of the game, and Rengol trying to see if he can find one more kill, help his KD out a bit, or K out a bit. And yeah, that's going to be finished 27-21 in this 32-minute game. A game 3 series is going to go over to BB Clocks.
Oh yeah, I mean it was a solid series. It would have been if Deep was there, you know.
Yeah, no, when you do have different members swapping in for the teams and whatnot, it does have a little bit of a disruption in the synergy you may otherwise see, and doesn't matter though. Look at the damage charts coming out from the soul lanes of BB Clocks. That Vladimir topping the damage charts alongside of his Ezreal, and probably the other VIP if there's an ace for this game. Obviously, it's going to be that Xin Zhao dealing at 26k damage, dealt so much pressure all around the map, or the best he could on that Mateos squad, but it just wasn't enough. And either way, both teams put out a hell of a fight, and I think BB Clocks are definitely the ones that are deserving of this win. So very well played by them, and otherwise I really don't have too much else to say about that. I think, like I said, all the individual players played well to the best of their ability. I think Zulkin, despite a 10-4 in this Ezreal, definitely a very good performance and dealt so much damage, but good God, that play on that top side of the map at the end versus the Caitlyn, and then the bot side versus the Malphite and Zillion, it made me really want to gouge my eyes out, but otherwise still played to the best of his ability. And again, I think the high Pan Ezreal was a lot more of an impact than the more physical damage Ezreal that we had seen. So I think that was definitely the better itemization. Licenseless Rider didn't have the best game of his career by far, but it didn't matter. He dealt so much damage on the Silas. Yeah, no, he definitely showed up on that victory, but otherwise it was definitely a little bit of a shaky performance, but it doesn't matter. He played well enough to bring his team to a victory, and again, all 5 members of BB Clocks did a good job. And the Mateos, even though they're a new team, they definitely showed that there's something to them.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think we're wrapped up. Prophet Papa. Do I have to get the score right, or I just have to pick the winners? Because we can make this a whole skit.
No, definitely has to be the score right. But you did get the 2-1 BB Clock, so that was again, it was well done by you. I'm glad that I think a champ select as well. A lot of these games were pretty much decided right from draft alone. So.
Oh yeah, and that goes back to the whole coaching thing too. Like the team with the coach. I mean, granted, neither one of these teams do that we know of, but the team with the coach has the advantage.
Absolutely, and otherwise, before we sign off, do you got any other words? Any last comments before we?
All I have to say is linear.
Oh, good God! All right, so that's the word of the day. Linear is the term we're going to be using to describe this series, but. Again, if you have watched for the long, extensive series of this, thank you so much, and I hope that it was a series to enjoy. And otherwise, in about 30 minutes, we're going to start out with yet another series that Papa had mentioned. We are going to be having Lane 0 Blizzard versus Waste of Potential, and I think if there's going to be any series that you want to watch in the SFL in terms of recent games going on, that's not going to be a one you want to miss. So, again, in about 30 minutes, we'll sign off here, and, we'll like I said, we'll sign off. We'll just have this game go to an end. It was a good victory by BB Clocks, 2-1. And Mateos for, their first showing on the Sugar Free League stream. They, again, like I said, they definitely do have potential. So I'll be looking forward to seeing them in future games. And otherwise, I think that's just about it from me and Papa Skips here. So if you're wanting to see us in about 30 minutes, or I should say me, I think Papa Skips is...
I got a coach, man.
Yeah, he's got a coach. He's got a team to bring to victory. So we're going to...
Oh, yeah, that's right, boy.
Yeah, I think...
2-1 wasted potential.
Oh man, that is a. We'll see how the prediction goes. I definitely want to see it go to a game 3. We'll see.
Yeah, we're gonna make this a skit. We're gonna get a channel. I'm gonna make weekly predictions. There we go.
Okay, awesome. And I think that for the most part, you do have the game knowledge to get most of those right. But we'll see what happens tonight. But otherwise, that's just about it. So see you for now. And otherwise, in 30 minutes, I'll see the rest of you guys that are looking to watch this next series. So have a good 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I usually say have a good night, but yeah, have a good 30 minutes. I'm going to go...
You're going to be streaming for a solid, 6 hours straight.
So. Oh, man. I love it, but... Yeah, somebody has to, right? But otherwise, yep, see you guys in a bit.